All right, good evening, Council. This is our regular meeting of Council of Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. It's 5:30 p.m. and I'll call the meeting to order. I'll start with the Township Land Acknowledgement. And I should, just before that, I should acknowledge that all members of Council are present at this time. The Township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their remains as well as their culture, and have our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey, foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. Also, I'd like to provide Council's condolences to Councillor Cox on the passing of her father. Our thoughts are with you. And we are going to go into closed session. So there is a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 5:31 p.m. to address the following item. Confidential Staff Report CLK 2025-007 litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or a local board. And it's regarding the 2025 spring legal update. Do I have a mover to go on camera? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Cox. Any questions on the resolution? And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, council. So we're going to reconvene in open session. So there's a resolution that the council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will reconvene in open session at 5:41 p.m. And that the confidential staff report CLK 2025-007, 2025 spring legal update be received. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Borzos, seconded by Councillor Cox. Any questions on the resolution? And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, council, at this time it's 5:41. I'll recess the meeting at this time until 6:30 p.m. for the start of our open session of the regular council meeting. All right, good evening, everyone. This is our regular council meeting of Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. We will reconvene this meeting at 6:30 p.m. Council did meet in closed session earlier at 5:30. Just as a reminder, all persons in the audience, if you could set your cell phones and other electronic devices to silent for the duration of the meeting. Okay, Council, so we are on item 4, which is additions to the agenda. Are there any members wishing to bring forward an item? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, Your Worship. In accordance with Section 7.4 additions, that a notice of motion regarding the proposed expansion to strong mayor powers be considered under new business. Thank you.
So you're looking to add an item under which section of the agenda?
Under new business. Notice of motion on new business.
So I'm just looking through to the clerk. So new business or notice of motion?
Through to Your Worship, as per the procedure bylaw, it would be under new business.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you're moving that, Councillor Simpson?
Yes.
And do I have a seconder to add that to the agenda? I have Councillor Cox. Okay. Any discussion, comments on the item? Okay. I would just have a concern myself that we've just learned about this today, so I'm not sure what information we are going to have the discussion, but certainly if council wants to add it to the agenda, that's certainly plausible, just not sure what we're going to be discussing. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, with regards to this, yeah, we received information on it today, but I believe it's got to be, there's got to be some sort of communication sent in by April 16th. So it's one of those rushed type deals with the province, and I think we better get ahead of it before it's imposed.
Before I call a question on that, just a comment that communication is open to anyone in Ontario, not municipalities. So
that's correct, but council members do have a right to represent township on matters as well. So
correct. And what I was clarifying is that council members can provide comment directly to the minister, regardless of council direction as well. Okay, so mover and seconder that the item added be new business. Any further comments, questions? Okay, all those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I was also wondering if I could put a reconsideration on item 16.3 on the agenda with regards to wages of council. I'd like a little more discussion on that and to revisit it and maybe have a little more discussion amongst council. So I'd like to put a motion to reconsider that item because it's coming up for the operational budget and it's also coming up for a bylaw to be passed tonight. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look to Madam Clerk just for clarification. I believe we could have a discussion of remuneration under the remuneration bylaw itself and not necessarily have to do reconsideration because it's being proposed and not voted on as of yet. Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, to council, correct. No motion or reconsideration is required at this time because the bylaw itself is on the agenda for council consideration and debate this evening.
Okay, Councillor Meadows?
Yes, would it not have to go under reconsideration because of the fact that 14.1 under staff reports is the final operating budget for discussion? So wouldn't it be, aren't we putting the horse after the cart in this situation?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. Reconsideration can only be used for motions that have already been passed. Since the remuneration bylaw has not been passed by council, it would not require a motion of reconsideration, and the bylaw itself could be considered this evening, debated, discussed, defeated, or referred back to staff for further consideration. The impact on the operating budget at this time is minimal, so the operating budget could be approved this evening as presented with the remuneration bylaw debated.
Okay, Is that satisfactory, Councillor Meadows?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Any other items for additions to the agenda? All right, seeing none others, there is a motion to adopt the agenda, that the amended agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, April 9th, 2025 be adopted. Mover? Councillor Simpson, seconder, please. Councillor Borzos. Any further questions on the agenda? All those in favor? And that is carried. Item 6 is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Are there any items to declare at this time? Seeing none, I do have one myself, and I've given my form to the clerk already, so I believe it's 13 point, bear with me one moment, please, 13.6, and it's regarding the Lisle Astros Baseball Club tournament. I am the coach and secretary treasurer of the Lisle Astros Baseball Club, so I'll be declaring at that time and handing the chair to the deputy mayor. All right, so we're on to item 7, which is regular council meeting minutes of March 12th, March 11th, March 18th, regular of March 12th, special council meeting of the 11th, 18th, and 28th. Are there any questions with regards to the minutes? Do I have a mover for the recommendation, please? I have Deputy Mayor Locke, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we're on to item 8, which is 8.1 presentations. This evening we have a presentation from Cheryl Flanagan and Jonathan Scott of the NVCA, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. So welcome, Cheryl, Jonathan. If you'd like to come to the podium, we will get your slide deck up here momentarily. And if you can just ensure the green light is on the mic there, and we're all set to go. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, members of the public. I'm Jonathan Scott. I'm the chair of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, and I'm here with Cheryl Flanagan, our interim CAO and Director of Corporate Services. And I'd like to thank you for offering us some time to be here this evening to talk about the work the NVCA does. A lot of it happens behind the scenes, and so getting to share our year in review, we just had our annual meeting back at the end of January. It's a great opportunity to present some of the really important work we do to protect the natural environment, to protect against erosion, flooding, and other natural hazards, as well as to facilitate sustainable development in our watershed. I really have to thank Director Flanagan for all her work over the past several months as interim CAO, and I'll be speaking more to that later. But for now, I want to turn it over to her to take you through the highlights of our year in review from last year.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council, staff, members of public. Thank you for letting us be here today. I know this is a long slide deck, but I promise it's not very much speaking, so we will go through it fairly quickly. If I can go to the next slide, please. So 2024 marked the 70th anniversary of Hurricane Hazel. In this devastating storm, 81 people lost their lives. Across the Nottawasaga watershed, 18 bridges and dams were either damaged or destroyed. This anniversary date is a stark reminder of why conservation authorities like the NVCA exist. Next slide, please. Every day, NVCA staff work tirelessly to protect and improve our watershed so that our communities, economies, and wildlife can thrive. They work together so we can have a sustainable watershed that is resilient to climate change and urban growth. In 2024, they navigated through the final changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and created strategies and ideas that would lead the organization forward. They embraced these changes and became more efficient, more innovative, and more impactful. Next slide, please. They also navigate, sorry, you can go to the next slide as well, please. On top of collecting water and bug samples from rivers and streams, our watershed science team started to monitor natural heritage in the watershed to see if our development and wetland policies were effective. They're also one step further in finalizing NVCA's watershed monitoring strategy. Next slide, please. Our education team expanded their offerings so more children could connect with nature. They introduced French and Indigenous programming and inspired hundreds, actually thousands, of children from all of our municipalities across our watershed. Next slide, please. In 2024, our stewardship and forestry teams worked with businesses, landowners, and funders to restore forests, rivers, streams, and grasslands. They created wetlands and protected roads and parking lots from erosion. And through all of this, they helped improve water quality and fish habitats. Next slide, please. Hundreds of volunteers from our communities helped plant trees, restored native grasslands, and created habitats for species at risk birds. These grasslands will help protect our communities from flooding and capture carbon. Next slide, please. Every day, our flood team checks for the possibility of flooding within our watershed. If the possibility is high, like it's been recently, they will issue flood messages so that our municipalities, schools, and first responders, as well as the residents, can be prepared. Next slide, please. As part of their commitment to improve the safety and enjoyment of NVCA's conservation areas, the lands team worked with the community groups to build trails, restore buildings, and remove hazards in our conservation areas, so we can have safe natural spaces for our residents and visitors to enjoy. Next slide, please. Together, the regulations, planning, and engineering teams partnered with our municipalities to protect people and their properties from natural hazards like flooding and erosion. To be more efficient and to provide better customer service, they also reorganized their teams to increase staff resources for both permit and planning reviews. Additionally, in 2025, we have ensured that the team is focusing on customer service, ensuring that everyone is contacted within 48 hours of reaching out to us. We've spoken to other CAs to determine ways we can be more efficient in our planning and permitting review. We've initiated weekly triage meetings to try and identify the lower risk files to help get them out the door faster. We've provided the team with the ability to condition items through the permits to allow for less review time for items like septic systems, pools, and erosion and sediment control. We've also committed to eliminating our engineering review backlog by the end of July and have subsequently cut it in half in just the first 3 months of the year. Next slide, please. So this kind of leads into what my work plan has been for the last 4 months. The board gave me some directions on things that they wanted to make sure that we did, or that I did with the team. And so the first thing was strengthening municipal relationships. We understood when I stepped into this role that there were some municipalities that had some broken relationships with us. So myself, the chair, and the vice chair have prioritized engaging with some of our partner municipalities to foster collaboration and address concerns. So far, we've managed to engage with 5 municipalities, New Tecumseth, Oro-Medonte, Wasaga Beach, Essa, and Springwater, to discuss development priorities and address some of their concerns. We've continued with the 48-hour response protocol for issues raised by municipal partners. I had an on-site meeting with the Wasaga Beach CAO to review the beachfront redevelopment proposal. Wow, that's a big proposal. That's a big change, but it's going to be pretty amazing. The chair and myself also presented our AGM video to our Wasaga Beach Council, participated in their discussion about amalgamation. We've also attended Collingwood's most recent meeting to present and participate in their amalgamation discussion. We do note that Adjala-Tosorontio has already voted against amalgamation, and we do appreciate your support. We've also issued a chair's introductory letter inviting all municipalities to meet or connect with NVCA, along with all elected or re-elected MPPs and ministers, and we have a meeting with MPP Vickers coming up at the end of April. Next slide, please. The second item was to restore and enforce customer service standards. The NVCA has a customer service strategy and charter that was implemented in 2013. However, it lapsed in practice due to high workloads during the COVID-19 pandemic. In January of 2025, I reinstated compliance with the customer service strategy and reminded all staff of their obligations to meet service standards. Progress to date is that all staff have been instructed to comply with this, and we have reviewed it at the senior staff level and agree that no issues of concern have been identified and believe that the full strategy compliance goal has been met within the Q1 timeframe given to the board at our February meeting. Next slide, please. As mentioned in the slide on the planning and development, there have been a number of changes made to these departments since the beginning of 2025. Additionally to what I've said before, we've also launched an e-permitting platform to allow for residents to apply for their permits online and to add another layer of efficiency. We are also in the development phase of automating the actual permit. So currently it takes staff up to about 45 minutes to fill out an actual permit when it's approved before sending it off to the landowner. Once it's been automated, we estimate it'll be about 5 minutes. That's enough to save each employee approximately 2 weeks worth of work in a year. That's going to free up some time to do additional reviews. There are also some specific types of applications that I've listed here that we are qualifying as low risk and with the ability to condition the permit. They're going to be able to get these permits out much faster. Next slide, please. The next work item on the work plan was to develop a backlog reduction strategy. I mentioned this already with our engineering. So we've spent some time exploring immediate as well as long-term solutions to address this backlog. Staff were unable to find a qualified contract engineering technician that was budgeted for in the 2025 budget. So we've redirected those funds to the use of peer reviews to assist with the backlog instead of the contract position. That means we've allocated approximately $60,000 to allow for some of the backlogged files to get through the review process a little bit faster. We're also going out and issuing a letter to any permit applications where staff are waiting on the applicant to submit documentation, where the file has been waiting on the applicant since pre-Q1 2025. We're also committed to eliminating the backlog by the end of July 2025 and continue to meet the 90-day permit requirements, and also go above that where it's a what we consider to be a minor permit. We're attempting to get those out within 30 days. Next slide, please. So what does all of this cost to you, the municipality? So as you can see here with the 2025 budget, the NBCA has an approximate cost to each resident within our watershed of $17.09 for the year. We are able to take that money we receive and levy from our municipalities and at least double it through grants, user fees, fundraising. Some departments, for example, our stewardship and restoration team, are able to take their levy money and multiply it by 6. So these are some great returns on your investment, and we appreciate your support. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'm just going to turn it back over to Chair Scott for some final thoughts.
Before Chair Scott begins, wow. Thank you very much. I was looking at a slide deck and I thought we were going to be for half hour. So I do appreciate you going through that quickly. And I just also wanted to comment that it's a lot of information and helpful information that council's had an opportunity to review.
So just a few concluding comments for me. First, again, I want to thank Cheryl for all of her and her team's hard work over the past few months. These were some hefty goals that we had to improve operations, and I want to focus in particular on planning and permitting. Between e-permitting, the triaging system with a risk assessment, and cutting the backlog in half, we're going to cut it in half again by the end of April and eliminate it entirely in July. That's very important work to restore some trust with development and business community partners, but also our municipalities. And the other piece of that puzzle that I think is important to emphasize is we put in place a system where it can't happen again. And in part due to municipal investment, we finally have increased staff complement in our planning and permitting and engineering departments over the last 2 budgets. And that investment is allowing us to catch up and be staffed up sufficient to deal with the work or the increased growth that we're seeing and the increased workload we're seeing, particularly in South Simcoe. Being a councillor from Bradford, I can appreciate that sometimes we were the cause of the problem, or new to Tecumseh, or even Adjala-Tosorontio. So having an additional staff and making that investment is starting to really pay dividends, and the process improvements are going to help facilitate that as well. Continuous improvement is the name of our game. It's also about a cultural change. You know, in the 70s and 80s, a lot of our environmental regulations were set up in a sense to stop development. And I think we're shifting to a culture of we want to help facilitate sustainable, safe, and sensible development. We know to an extent growth is happening. We want it to be smart growth. We know the province has home building goals, and we know the province has economic development goals. We're here to help do that properly, do that efficiently, and do that safely. And so that's the culture change I think we're starting to make as a conservation authority here in our region. Finally, and I want to thank Mayor Anderson as our board member from Adjala-Tosorontio for his help on our search committee, but we have hired a new CAO who will be starting May the 5th. Her name is Jennifer Vincent, and she comes highly recommended. She's the executive director of freshwater management at the Canada Water Agency, and she's had a distinguished career in the federal civil service, doing everything from leading the science policy division at Environment and Climate Change Canada to working to remediate contaminated sites across Ontario, and even having to navigate getting approvals of pipelines in the oil sands sector. And when we did the interview, one of the questions was, how do you deal with stakeholders who might be a little pushy? And her story was, well, on the one hand, I had the government of Alberta, the government of Canada, Indigenous communities, and I woke up and who is on the news? It's Leonardo DiCaprio and Paul McCartney. So I've handled some tricky negotiations between various stakeholders to get economic development projects approved in an environmentally sustainable way. So we're really thrilled that she's joining the team, and we're very grateful to the leadership Cheryl has provided in an interim capacity to really try and put these processes and these improvements together. So we're looking forward, we're looking ahead to a NVCA that is a reliable partner. We can provide that environmental and natural hazard expertise and help our municipalities facilitate our shared goals of sustainable and safe development. And with that, Your Worship, we're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. And I'll echo the comments from Chair Scott. Cheryl, you managed well. The board was very impressed with the work plan and how far we've advanced in these steps. So I do commend you for your hard work in that regard. Before I go and seek other questions from council, I just wanted to highlight a couple things within the presentation that I thought were important. And you've seen some of the slide decks there of the support to the projects for educational resources. Those are above and beyond what are mandated by Conservation Authority. So when we talk about category 3 items at this council, those are what those items are. So when we see a dollar value come to council for that category 3, we're actually supporting those students going to the Tiffin Center, or in some cases, the NVCA staff going to the schools and directly teaching our youth about conservation and the environment. And so it is very helpful to see that broken down in that slide too with the dollar value. I also wanted to highlight that the NVCA is our risk management officer for us, so we don't have to have someone in-house doing that. So we contract that service from the NVCA. So, and I think that leads me to my next compliment and also, nudge to continue with those permit reviews. We see this, I think municipalities need to work hand in hand with the Conservation Authority. I think there's opportunities for streamlining. We have shared values and in some cases we could share staff. And I think there's some opportunity to have those discussions and continue that growth within the municipality and the Conservation Authority framework. So I do want to echo the comment about improving permitting. That is, I think, the number one item we hear within the municipality is how long it takes to get a permit, because people are anxious to start building on a property. And so I do echo the comments of, again, Chair Scott, that we can continue to foster growth in that sector and then meet permits within the timeframes, especially if they can be met earlier than the timeframes legislatively provided for. So with that, I will turn it over to anyone else who has some questions with regards to the NVCA. Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, it's always me. Yeah, with the conservation authorities, I got a few issues, and I've mentioned them when I sat on the board for 7 years. And Cheryl, you sat there with me with some of my concerns, and I'm still seeing the same concerns today. One of them is one of the mandates for the conservation authorities was during the time of Hurricane Hazel was no building in the floodplain areas. And you can go to the MVCA and get a permit in a floodplain area and they'll give it to you. And it's happening time and time again where we got building going on in the floodplain areas. And it really irks me because none of our fire departments are able to assist with water rescue because we're not set up for water rescue yet.
Cheryl?
Thank you. And through the mayor to Councillor Meadows, I do remember. I've actually learned a lot in the last 4 months about planning, so I'm going to attempt to kind of address that. There's a couple of reasons for that. The first one is anything that was built prior to the NBCA coming into effect. So that's anything prior to 1960 and or anything before certain floodplain mapping, because that does change. If something was built when it wasn't a regulated area and it burns down, or they want to make an amendment to it, the Conservation Authorities Act does allow for that. Mm-hmm. The second thing is through, excuse me, through a lot of the legislative changes that have occurred recently, it's been made very well known to us at Conservation Authorities that development is going to happen. And we are here now not to just ensure that flooding, it doesn't happen in a floodplain area, but that it ensures as safe as possible within a floodplain area. And there's a lot of ways now that developers can get around conservation authorities, going through MZOs and et cetera. So we try to work with the developers to try and avoid that. We do always make sure that we are trying to loop in the municipality with respects to things like emergency services, so that there are discussions if there is a significant flood depth. However, sometimes we can't avoid it sometimes. We try to, but we can't always. And that's just due to the changes in the legislation and the current political government really pushing for development right now.
Supplemental. I also had issues with backfilling the wetlands. I've been a big advocate for wetlands within our municipality and in around other municipalities. And again, you go to the MVCA, you can get a permit, no problem, for backfilling wetlands. I've seen it time and time again. And when that backfill comes into these wetlanded areas, it's not the responsibility of the MVCA. It's the responsibility of you put it on to the municipality to look after these backfilling issues. And I don't think it's right. If you're going to issue a permit and you're getting money for that permit, then you should be the one that's responsible for that, not the municipality. Why should our employees and our taxpayers have to pay for that twice? Once when we pay your bill for the year, and then we pay again when we have to monitor these fill sites.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Meadows again. So there's a couple of things with relation to this. Recently, in the last 2 years, legislation was changed with the Conservation Authorities Act. We no longer regulate wetlands from a natural heritage perspective. We can only regulate them from a flooding hazard right now. So unless they're a flooding hazard, we have no control over them anymore. So it is 100% up to the municipality when it deals with fill. When it comes to a flooding issue, a lot of the times that it comes back to the municipalities is because you have the power to stop it. We haven't had the power to stop it in the past. We are in the process of, through the new regulation changes, to have stop work orders. However, they are very limited in how we can do it and when we can do it, whereas a municipality has a lot more authority than the CA does. So that's two of it. I know it doesn't completely answer your question, but that's a start, and I know that Chair Scott had a follow-up to that.
Thanks. I just want to add, like municipalities, conservation authorities are creatures of the province, and we exist through the grace of provincial statutes. And it is true that this government has changed those statutes a few times over the past 6 or 7 years. So whereas sometimes I'll hear from a mayor saying, why haven't your staff at the NVCA been faster? There's not really a floodplain issue. It's nice to hear the reverse, and you saying that you're concerned about floodplains and natural hazards and wetlands. What we try to do is take an approach that's holistic and compliant with the powers that we do or do not have under provincial law. And so sometimes what that means is if they're going to encroach on a wetland, we'll come to some sort of an agreement where there's a payment or some sort of restoration of the wetland either on the same site or elsewhere. Where the floodplain, as Cheryl spoke to in terms of what the various acts allow, we're trying to minimize that, not to permit it per se. But at the end of the day, we can only act within our legal authority, and that authority is set by the provincial legislature.
Supplemental. with regards to that, if you're not able to have the power to act on people who break the law when you give them a permit, if you're not able to, you know, take away the permit itself or give them notice, then why do you have the right to give them a permit to begin with?
Well, now we're getting a little philosophical. Why?
No, I'm just saying, if you can't regulate it.
So I didn't
why
say
are
we
you,
can't regulate it.
No,
Council.
well, I'm just saying, you issue a permit, you're telling me that you issue a permit, but you're not allowed to and do certain enforcement issues with regards to that permit.
So I don't think I said that at all. What I said was we are empowered to issue permits within our legislative authority.
Right.
And that authority is perhaps more limited under this government than it has been in the past. That doesn't mean there isn't utility in making sure that the reviews are done to protect people and property from flooding, to protect wetlands because of the carbon sinks and the flood sinks that they are. We're doing, I would say, the best work we can within the powers the provincial government has had. And respectfully, I would say these are good questions to forward to your MPP who sits and votes on these very laws. But at the end of the day, the conservation authority, not just ours, every conservation authority has to implement the law as passed by Queen's Park, not as passed by Adjala-Tosorontio or the NVCA.
Supplemental to that. Well, I'm just saying, like, I've seen instances where we've had to call in the MOE on a few issues with regards to permits that you handed out in certain areas. And your response to us was, well, take away the entrance permit if you're so worried about it, because we can't do anything about it because we're not a regulating authority. We can't do anything about it. So it has happened. It's happened in this municipality, and it's happened in other municipalities. Also, with regards to sediment control problems with developments, you're given the sediment control plans for these developments. When you pass them, it goes through your regulatory body, and then when there's problems, nobody in the township, none of our taxpayers can do anything about it, because the MVCA won't do anything about it. Fisheries and Wildlife won't do anything about it. The MOECP won't do anything about it. Everybody goes to my residence. It's not my problem. It's not our issue. We can't do anything about it. Go to the MVCA. MVCA says go to the MOECP. The MOECP says go to the fisheries. Fisheries says go to the MVCA. So my residents are given a runaround. So I don't know what the MVCA is for, and I don't know why we're paying these big dollars now to the MVCA if you're not able to look after our waterways.
Okay. So before you answer the question, I think some of that's already been answered in the previous question and answer segment, but I also understand the concern is you're talking about development. So the NVCA is a commenting agency as well, not necessarily an approving agency. So the municipality is the approving agency. The NVCA is a commenting agency. So I think Mr. Scott will probably confirm that they won't have the necessary powers to actually enforce it because it's municipality.
Well, and correct, Your Worship. Sometimes we have the authority to approve. Sometimes we only have the authority to comment. I'll just say to the councillor, if you have specific issues, please bring them to my attention. Director Flanagan, our new CAO, we're happy to look into individual specifics. The broader comments I'd already made about operating within the legal authority we have stand, but where we can look into things for you. No one wants to give a constituent a runaround, but we also have to follow the law as written and stay within the areas where we are actually within our authority. That being said, I will just say it's refreshing to hear someone say how concerned they are about protecting the natural environment. I think a lot of the squeaky wheels right now in municipal politics and provincial politics are around, why are you not approving this development? So it's nice to hear the other side, which is to say, please protect our wetlands, please keep floodplains top of mind. It is important work that the NVCA and all conservation authorities do, but we do it subject to the provincial statutes that enable us to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair. The only concern I have is with floodplain review and mapping. My question to you is, have we done recently a new mapping for floodplain areas? And what have you done to bring it to the attention of the general public?
Thank you. And through the mayor to Councillor O'Leary. We're actually in the process right now of doing a regulation mapping update. We've held 2 open houses. We've sent out notices to all of our municipalities, posted on all of our social medias, websites, as any public notices that we've been able to put out. That one, though, however, is more of a minor change. It has to do more with the legislative changes around the wetland buffer. Wetland buffer used to be 120 meters. It's now down to 30 meters. So it's significantly reduced our regulated map area. And then there were some small flooding updates as well. One of the things that I'm hoping to actually bring to our April board meeting, surprise, is a report to our board to be able to use a little bit of reserves money to get some updated hydrologic modeling done, which will also help with our floodplain mapping and our engineering review to make it a little bit more modernized. So it is something that is on our to-do list. It's just hydrologic modeling is something that requires a significant amount of time and investment. Something we were hoping to be able to do in-house. Unfortunately, once COVID hit and we got super busy, we weren't able to. So we are hoping to utilize the use of a peer review consultant to come in to help us to do that. So you should hopefully see something before the end of the year with that.
Supplement to that. My only concern is notification, because I'm going to guarantee you that 90% of people affected by wetlands don't hear anything about it until it's too late. There needs to be a longer period of time and more notification done in order for the people to be notified so they can make their objections. Thank you for your presentation and keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from council? Councillor Meadows, for the sake of time, if you have one question, then we
Just one question.
Yep, thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for doing the flood mapping, because you guys have done a fabulous job of that. I'm glad you brought that up, Ron. I got a notice quite a while back and was able to book a meeting and you guys were right on the money. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll echo the same. I was at the first open house. I saw numerous residents from Adjala-Tosorontio well there, so that was great to see. And my property is now out of the flood zone, so that's nice to see the reduction. Any further comments, questions? Okay, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Just to conclude, I neglected to say this earlier, but I want to thank your council, not only for having us tonight, but also for opposing the, I will say, scheme to amalgamate the NVCA and the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. Watershed-based conservation authorities are important. The Nottawasaga River, Lake Huron, Lake Simcoe, these are different bodies of water. They're different kettles of fish, no pun intended. And I also think local control is better than a bigger bureaucracy. So thank you for standing with us for local environmental protection and local decision-making. I appreciate that. And thank you again for having us here tonight.
Well, thank you. And I know the CEO and I will be welcoming Jennifer at some point as well to meet and greet with her. So we look forward to the next steps with the NVCA as well. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your evening. So there is a recommendation that we receive the presentation, so that the presentation from Cheryl Flanagan, Interim Chief Administrative Officer, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, and Jonathan Scott, Chair of the NVCA, regarding overview of NVCA and recent changes be received. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Simpson, seconder please, Councillor Borzos. Any further comments or questions? And all those in favor? And that is carried. We're on to item 9, which is deputations. We have 2 this evening. 9.1 is a deputation from Fred Brown, President of the Everett Legion, and I believe we are joined by Joy Webster regarding the Everett Legion's 75th anniversary. So Fred, Joy, if you'd like to come to the mic, just make sure the green light is on there, please. And the floor is yours.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'd just like to remember the sacrifices made by the brave Canadian and Allied forces. I would like to recognize that today is the 108th anniversary of Vimy Ridge in Canada. Members of council, distinguished guests, comrades, friends, and partners in our community. First off, I'd like to invite you to realize maybe who we are in our community. We're volunteers. We're also comrades. We come here non-political tonight. We come here as friends. I'd like to introduce you our president, Fred Brown. He's done a phenomenal job right now. If you haven't seen our new kitchen, it's awesome. There's a fish and chip night on Friday night. You're more than welcome to come. Next, I would like to introduce Orville Jenkins. Orville, if you can just give a wave. Orville has 6 generations, 6. And if you may know, Jenkins Street in Everett. Be proud, Orville. We're very proud of you. By the way, he was on the police services board back when Tosorontio was separate. Wendy Ovens, Orville Jenkins, Wendy Ovens, sorry. She was actually my Ladies Auxiliary president and that thereof at the Everett Legion. Both Wendy and Orville's dads were the first to start to create the Everett Legion and what it is today. So 70 years ago, the Legion in Everett was created. We have acting member whose parents created this, as I have stated. Last year was the anniversary of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy. D-Day was on June 6, 1944, on land, by sea, and in the air. 14,000 Canadians stormed Juno Beach. Just think about that. One day. 450 people parachuted into northern France for the freedom. 359 of those Canadian soldiers were killed out of the 450. They sacrificed their lives for us. Battle of Normandy had 90,000 Canadians, 90,000 Canadians. We only have 11,000 Canadians in this township alone. They all saw action. Over 5,000 died and more than 13,000 were wounded. A year after being successful at winning World War II, many men and women returned to Canada and needed a place to gather, hence the Royal Canadian Legion. Today, the Legion's purpose, and I quote, is to support veterans, their families, and the communities across Canada by providing essential services, promoting remembrance, and advocating for needs of veterans, including those currently serving in the Canadian Armed Forces and RCMP. Please do not forget our emergency services people as well. Our Everett Legion over the years has hosted many events, including birthdays, weddings, many, many awesome Halloween celebrations. God bless them, all those celebrations of life. Breakfast, dinners, bar mitzvahs, every single type of culture, I think, has been in that building. It also, as I said, has a beautiful new kitchen. And this Friday, as I said, please come for fish and chips. Get there early, they go fast. Or you can take out, just call ahead. Wendy will love me saying that, sorry. Locals gather and have a time together. And this has been happening periodically over the last few Fridays, over the last, say, year. You want to say that? And then we will start to introduce breakfast. So let's get to the 75th anniversary and why we're here. We've come to you this evening to ask for financial, physical, and material funding. This is a year that I can tell you we envisioned for a while. I think myself, I've put about 400 hours into it. Fred, I know, has been awesome. Deborah has been amazing. Wendy, Orville, we have a great committee. Please note times have not been exactly set for today, so please keep that in mind. It's a little bit fluid right now because we have it going from sunrise till 1 a.m. It starts off in partnership with the Rosemont Yoga Studio doing a sunrise yoga. These people have come to us and told us what they want. That would take place at the Legion on the grass. In partnership with the Everett Firefighters Association, we will be hosting a breakfast, pancake and sausage breakfast. The first 200 people will be getting in free. We're doing that for a reason. Some of our community is very much struggling right now financially. This allows for a family, a large family, to go out and have a free meal. It allows those with money to drop a donation in a jar, or they can give to the food bank. Next, in partnership with the Nottawasaga OPP, we would like to ask that we host a bike rodeo. That would start in the north yard of Everett. And the discussion can be spoke about. I'm going to say hands off on this. I'm not an emergency service person. So if the fire department could work with the OPP, we have a slight plan of route, but I think it's important we recognize those partners come forward and give that to you. Usually we have the map, we come to you. You have to understand this is a big process. We'd rather those partners come forward. First, we need your support on the day. I'd like to also recognize in the audience right now is Inspector McLaughlin. Am I saying your name right? Thank you. And Chris McConnell. Wonderful to have them here this evening in support. And also, forgive me, to the firefighters that help out so much. So basically what will happen is the children and their families will leave the north yard, go out through Orsi. Yes, they're crossing the county road. They are. So that's where we may need your help with the partnership with the county. They will be with, could be depending with OPP officers on bikes in the back and the front, leading the parade, bike rodeo through town. But the best part is the driveways get to decorate themselves. So those with driveways, if they're on the map, if they're on the route, they can decorate their driveways. So the whole community starts to become involved. You're welcome to bring your families and bikes. Everett Scouting will be hosting a hot dog lunch and many other things. This will support our only current youth group in Everett. We used to have many. We only have this one that I'm aware of right now. And it's to attend the Halliburton Forest Camp, which is phenomenal if you've ever been to the forest. And also at this time would be hosting cultural dancers and a children's craft area. I have to tell you that this is a movement in motion because it has been suggested, so I would like it on the table, that Base Borden has been approached, has not been confirmed, to have their kitty commando at John Irwin Park like we used to have during Everfest. That has not been decided yet, but that has come forward and I want you to make you aware. And that's where we would ask, you would waive the permit fees for that, for them to be a partner. There's also a dignitary event which you would all be invited to. And I can tell you now that time will be at 2:30 so that you're aware on June the 21st. This will be a time for dignitaries to attend, executives from the Legion, Dominion, to our emergency services, and to all local officials being in our other municipalities. Legions work together. We strive to be one. This would be a closed invite only event and will be a time for photo opportunities. Dinner will be catered and served by outside of the Legion. We are still looking for servers. This is where you may come in. Would you like to serve our dinner? We can get back to that. The caterer is well known in the community. Her name is Marissa. And we'll host a roast beef dinner and all the trimmings. And for those with food allergies, they will be accommodated. The attire is black and white. Black jeans, white t-shirt, black glitter, whatever you want. And we've just successfully captured a band that is from Everett and awesome, just up County Road 13 to play for the evening. It's a long day. But this being June 21st, we do acknowledge is National Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada. And we have been advised that this is a day for Indigenous peoples to have their own celebrations. And as far as we know, we do not have any Indigenous peoples as members within our Legion that we are aware of. We will recognize the Strawberry Moon, and we will recognize food and plants on that day. I would like to ask if any of the partners in the room have anything to say or would like to come forward. You're more than welcome to. Would you like to? You're good? You're good. Anyone else? I think that's it. Thank you so much. Have any questions, I guess, would be from the mayor. Sorry, I should know my place.
Thank you, Joy and Fred. So I was following along there. So there's quite a few pieces to this puzzle for that day. You indicated off the hop that there was a financial, physical, material ask this, and I'm wondering what those asks are because I haven't quite heard them.
So I understand that your monies have been allocated or will be allocated this evening. Am I correct?
No, not
From donations?
No, not tonight. There'd be a different process for that. So like, are you asking for a donation towards the event?
The whole day, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the entire day.
Okay.
I would like you to know and recognize we have a great friend here in the audience, George, for an example. George, if you want to say hi. Alliston Botanics have come forward tonight. They're going to redo some greenery in the front. That's how this is spreading. People want to be involved. They want to be engaged. They're contacting us constantly. It's something good. Just feels good. And we need that right now. So I guess I'm putting it back to yourselves. How much do you think this day and this organization and this building has been worth for 75 years? That's up for you to decide.
Okay. I appreciate that. We won't make that decision this evening.
Of course.
Second of all, just wanted to confirm, so the North Public Works Yard would be used for the bike rodeo, but I also heard something about the parade. So can I get a bit more explanation on this? Is this going through like
just like Remembrance Day?
County roads or art like
County Road
roads?
13 to the 5th out to the baseball diamond where the cenotaph is.
Okay.
So it's the same as Remembrance Day. The parade, it's the same parade.
No, sorry.
Sorry, so is there, I guess there's two questions in this. So is there actual parade from the Legion members that day as well? Or is this, okay, so would there be that?
Bike band, the whole bit.
That's sorry, that's another event.
No,
Yes.
we're doing that for both of
The
them.
same thing, yes. But then,
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that would be one component. And then we have the bike rodeo that'd be going through municipal streets.
Yes.
We need some clarification on that. Okay. All right. And then I think the last item that I had heard there for public property would be the John Irwin Park. Not confirmed yet, but the request has been submitted to the base for the Kitty Commando.
Yeah.
Again, we'd have to indicate and confirm that the park is available because we do have users, of course, there during that time frame.
Mhm.
So we'd have to confirm that. Is there any timeline on a confirmation from CFB board on that, or is that, Joy, I'm not sure if that's something that, if they haven't given a response back, or is that something that they would have
So
a
what we
timeline?
have right now is a guesstimate. So please don't hold us to it because it's just come through and gone up command. And I don't want to step on command, please. So I'd rather not state times and wait for them to come back. My guess would be the afternoon. Again, for clarification, like I said at the beginning of the meeting, we're not set times yet, except for the 2:30 for dignitaries. Thank you.
So that being said, I would imagine that we would want to be doing the presentation at the cenotaph before that. So we're talking between 1 and 2.
Okay.
All right, that's approximately, but that's when it's going to be, before we do the pictures. So I'd like to get everything, do the wreath and everything at the Senate half, and then it's time to pictures, and then after that I can relax.
Sure.
You think?
Well, sure. Unless you have to serve dinner.
No, I'm not. No.
All right, so I'm looking through the clerk, and I think we have a general ask here, and my conversation earlier with the clerk, I think we can pass just a bit of a blanket motion on this evening that staff can work with the Legion.
Yes.
Because I think, again, as Joy indicated, it's fluid, and I don't think we want to commit ourselves right now to what we can do and what we can't do.
Mhm.
So I think there's some opportunity here. You know, Fred, that I think everyone, I could speak for everyone on council, that we support the Legion, and the township will do whatever we can to make sure that the 75th anniversary goes off without a problem. And I can speak, I think, for the police as well, that we have good partners in the community here that will assist in any way they can.
Yes, I'm sure of that. Everyone has always been great. So thank you very much.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can we have a motion to just direct staff to work with the Everett Legion to facilitate the events for the 75th anniversary? And I should ask, are there any questions from council through the deputation? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I was just wondering with regards to the permit fees with the county of Simcoe, and that would it be the mayor and the deputy mayor that would be looking to bring that up with the county, or would that be our CAO that would bring up to waive the permit fees?
Sorry, the permit fees for
Closing the road, like.
yes. So
I
there,
don't know if that comes from you and the deputy mayor, or whether it comes from the CAO. So
no. So the permit fees, if we're looking at what we've currently done for Remembrance Day for the Everett Parade, going from the Legion to the Cenotaph, it would be similar in nature. Staff would reach out to the county, and the county would provide the paperwork, and we'd complete that. So there's no permit fee. There is some insurance coverage, but other than that, that would be the responsibility of the municipality on behalf of the Legion, and that's what's happened for the Remembrance Day services. So I wouldn't expect that to be any different than those times. Councillor Meadows?
yeah, and I think it would be a great idea, if it's all right with the Legion, as if maybe council helped with serving the community. Like, I think it would be a good idea. You can count me in. I'll help out as whatever I can to the community for serving. I don't have a black tux or whatever, but
White shirt?
I got a white shirt, but I'll help out wherever I can.
Very much.
I don't drink, so.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I was hoping to have the dinner. So any other questions? I've Deputy Mayor Locks.
Thank you, through the chair. Just one question. I've spoken with Fred about that, about the June 1st.
We're having
Bring that up and make sure.
Yep, we're having the drumhead, the district drumhead is on June 1st. It's a Sunday. And again, we will be having a pipe band for that as well. And I'm looking to walk to the Cenotaph again. That will be, it'll be about 1 o'clock, or actually 11 o'clock, I believe we're doing that. It'll just be there, back. It's a light lunch and everything. So it's nothing big like but we do need the road closed to do the walk, obviously with the Piper Band.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure that that was brought up so that it
Just
went through the process of need be. Ask them.
Councillor Reynolds?
Yeah, I don't want to do any disrespect here, but with regards to that sign you have out in front of the Legion, I was wondering, could the count, like, we give $1,500, $2,000 for all sorts of things for other communities. Is there any way we could, like, when we're doing this motion forward, that maybe help out with this, putting up a new sign in the front of the Legion for the 75th anniversary? That's ready to fall down. I mean, it looks dangerous.
Yes.
And if you got botanics coming in and stuff like that,
Would be
maybe you could
beautiful.
do,
We've just got
maybe
so
we
many
can-
balls in
maybe
the
we
air
as
now,
a-
so.
Maybe we as an organization, like taxpayers, we're putting all this money out to these other things, like the Legion's an important community event that goes on there all the time. So I was just wondering if we could possibly put something of that in the resolution.
That'd be beautiful.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I think we would be all willing to look at it. Again, I don't think we can make that commitment tonight because we haven't started the process for that. So, and again, I would think we would need to have a bit more discussion as to what the needs are of the Legion. I would rather have the Legion approach us as to say, what would you like us to fund or help fund, instead of just us picking something. So I think
Yeah, that'd be
we can
great.
have that discussion with the Legion as well on what we could support.
Awesome.
Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I was also going to say, I think it's a good, project for us to fund, but I do respect the mayor's opinion on that. And I think if we can get an estimate of, how much that signage costs or an updated signage would cost, then that would, give us an idea
So
in
we-
terms of how much we can also as a council put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I also make mention, sorry, I forgot to mention, it's really important to us that there's no drinking and driving. So we'll be finding people in the community to do drop-off services to homes. No one's walking and stumbling home. This is an event where we want everyone safe home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Borzos, did you have a question?
Through the chair. First of all, thank you so much for putting all this effort and time into organizing and putting it together as much as you did. I had the opportunity to enjoy the hospitality at the Legion, not as often as other people, but I enjoyed it. Secondly, I was just going to sort of tell you that since two of my councillor colleagues brought up the sign issue, you may want to solicit for a digital sign.
Yes, we are.
So don't be shy, okay? This is your time. This is your opportunity to grab as much as you can. You have the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, thank you, and we're looking at a resolution here in a moment.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, I'm not sure if you've updated something. I can certainly just wing it if that's the case too.
Through your worship to council, I think we have two approaches here. We can either refer the delegation back to staff to have discussions with the Everett Legion and then bring forward the ask for authorizations at the next council meeting. Or I have captured the asks here in a motion that I can read for council for consideration, and then you can determine which course of action you'd like to take this evening. The motion would read, if we were to provide clear direction this evening, that council in the township of Adjala-Tosorontio support the Everett Legion's 75th anniversary event to be held on June 21st, 2025 by permitting the use of the North Public Works Yard parking lot for a bike rodeo in partnership with the OPP, waiving the rental fees for use of the John Irwin Park for children activities, and directing and authorizing staff to coordinate and cover all costs associated with the following road closures. The June 1st Drumhead Parade from the Everett Legion to the Everett Cenotaph, June 21st Parade from Everett Legion to the Everett Cenotaph, and the June 21st Bike Parade.
Okay, and I'm happy with that. I think we have to add though that staff further coordinate with the Legion on additional requests and provide assistance where necessary. So if council, if we're okay with that, the financial ask, Mr. Anderchuk's here, so we can have that discussion at a later time. Mr. Anderchuk can provide some guidance into how we could look at a grant request. So with that resolution read, do we need to read again? Are we happy with that? Okay, so do I have a mover for that? I have Councillor Borzo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks. And all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, so our second deputation is From Janet Budgell, concerned citizens in Adjala-Tosorontio regarding CPR training and certification. So Ms. Budgell, if you'd like to come forward and just make sure that green light is on for the mic, and you
Yes.
may proceed.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and fellow community members. We all depend on our fire department and paramedics in time of need, but on occasion, time is really of the essence. My guess is that we would like to be capable of saving the life of a loved one, a friend, or a stranger from a possible heart attack or a choking event. What are the benefits of CPR or cardiopulmonary resuscitation? If CPR is given within the first 2 minutes of a cardiac arrest, the chances of survival can double. CPR can keep blood flowing to the brain and other organs until emergency treatment arrives. Even if someone survives a cardiac arrest, they may suffer permanent brain damage without enough oxygen and blood flow to the brain. Learning CPR empowers individuals to respond effectively to emergencies for all age groups. As well, many professions also require this training and certification. Concerned citizens in Adjala-Tosorontio Incorporated are requesting that the municipality waive the cost of the public room to allow all residents of Adj-Tos 14 years and older to receive this certification, which also includes how to relieve choking and how to operate an AED, several of which are situated in our community. The cost of this is usually $65. Individuals will pay only $10 for the 4-hour course. CCAT received a generous donation from Myrtle Brighty, who recently passed away in her 100th year, and she wanted to leave behind a legacy to many organizations. The course will be taught by Mia and associates from Life Beats in Alliston. The first dates for the course are, well, we just added June the 28th by popular demand, and Saturday, September 20th and October 25th. Those are the first 3 dates that we have. It would be from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or 1:30 to 5:30, and it can accommodate 40 people in each one of those sessions. This has been endorsed by 2 of our fire chiefs. Thank you. And I am sure that as counselors, you would be really pleased to possibly save the life of your fellow counselor. Or maybe not. Okay.
She looks at me.
Anyway.
I guess it depends if they need CPR or not.
And also the training is not mouth to mouth, as I was a little concerned about. You learn how to do it, but you actually don't put your mouth on the mannequin. Not the way we used to do it anyway. So a little healthier that way. And CCAT does have $2 million insurance. So if there are any questions.
Yeah, thank you. So you're looking at 3 dates in 2025, and those dates are they set, the 28th, the 28th, and the 25th?
Well, I checked with Robin and they're good, but we'd like to add dates if some become available. If we're going to train, 5,000 people, and we're expecting that this is going to be costing us $30,000, $40,000. So, which is fine. So it'll probably be ongoing. So we picked these 3 dates so far. And if we can add more, it depends on how many people send in an email and want to do it. I know that it's very popular right now.
Well, I think I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. So I think if council's looking at 3 dates now, we can look at future dates again, if that's the case. Further questions, comments through to Janet, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Meadows.
Through the chair to Janet, I think this is a wonderful idea, and I look forward to attending it myself if this is being done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank you for doing this. This is this is very, very good for our community. I'm shocked. And I just want to thank you and CCAP and Myrtle herself for donating the money to do this. And I think this is very advantageous for our community. And
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, any further questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Laux?
Thank you, too. Can you just go over the dates again? The June was?
Yeah. We just put in June the 28th. We weren't going to have that date, but so many people have already expressed a desire. September 20th and October 25th. They're all Saturdays.
Thank you. I just didn't have the June date down. Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything further? All right, thank you, Janet, appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, council, so there is a recommendation for this one that the concerned citizens in Adjala-Tosorontio, CCAT, be permitted 3 free uses of the public room in 2025 for the purpose of CPR training for Adjala-Tosorontio residents, and that a rental application form be completed and proof of insurance be provided to the township prior to the events. Standard for most of our organizations. Any questions on that resolution? Do I have a mover for that recommendation, please? I have Councillor Simpson, I have Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so that takes us on to public comment. Item 10, or sorry, we have no public meetings on the agenda this evening, so we are on item 11, which is public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be considered. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. And is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide their comments? And if so, please raise your hand and once called upon, proceed to the podium. Are there any persons wishing to speak this evening? Yes, Ms. Budgell.
With me again. Janet Budgell, 995-129 Mono Adjala Town Line. I want to comment on 14.4 on communication. And I know over the years, it's been difficult sometimes communicating with council and not hearing back from people in a reasonable time. But I have to say in the last week and a half, I've had to contact 4 people, 4 staff. And I was amazed. It was either instantaneous that I was able to speak to them, or they got back to me within an hour. And I was very impressed. And I think that we sometimes have to give credit where credit is due. So thank you, Robin, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, Debbie, and thank you, John, because I was impressed with all of you in the last week and a half. I'm also really pleased that you now have a newsletter, and I understand that newsletter is going to be delivered to everybody in this community, and it's something that we really, really need, and I'd love to see it go out with the tax bill. So I hope that that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Budgell. Appreciate the comments. Are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, are there any comments that we were provided in writing?
To you, Your Worship. 2 public comments were received regarding item 13.1, staff report IND 2025-011, Parks Update Spring 2025, and item 14.4, staff report CLK 2025-004, communications policies. The first is from Bhagwan Singh Gill. It reads as follows. I'm writing in regards to the future park in Colgan. I've seen the idea proposed by the township, but would like the township to consider the following as well. Additional shaded areas like a gazebo in the park. This would give residents shelter on those hot summer days. For the playground area, if the floor could be a rubber surface rather than mulch. Mulch causes a big mess and hurts kids' knees, where the rubber gloves gives a little bounce and lower maintenance. For the playground, have a big kid and small kid structure. If possible, have a children's zip line. If a portable washroom can be placed at the park, this is for kids and the elderly so that don't have to rush back home to use the washroom. You could build a fencing around the washroom so it doesn't look unsightly, a walking path in the form of a track so residents can go on a walk and enjoy the park scenery. The second public comment was received from Kim Narowski. It reads as follows. My name is Kim Narowski, and I'm commenting on behalf of my mother, June Narowski, at 2635 Concession Road 7. First, welcome to Trish Woods, our new communications officer. From a recent conversation that I had with Miss Woods, it sounds like she has her work cut out for her in improving communications between the municipality and its residents. From my conversation with Miss Woods and this staff report, CLK 2025-004 communications policies, I have several questions or comments around how our township and council are handling and are going to effectively handle or manage communications with residents and ensure that these communications are, quote, open, honest, and effective, end quote. My questions or comments are as follows. Number one, in the purpose or background section of this report, it notes that a key priority identified by council in its 2024 to 2028 strategic planning to, quote, strengthen the relationship between the municipality and its residents, end quote, was communications. Having attended a few of the strategic planning sessions and understanding that in today's environment, the internet, social media, websites, etc., are a go-to source of information for many, there are still many residents in this township who are not using these forms of communications and sources of information. And this was raised during these sessions to ensure that other forms of communication, such as printed newsletters, postings on the board, be utilized to serve those who don't use computer technology. In reading through this report and the proposed corporate communications policy, it appears that the policy is primarily dealing with communications through a technology and social media avenues. Why is that? B, in my conversation with Ms. Woods, when I asked her if I should copy her on an issue that I was having with senior township staff not responding to or even acknowledging questions that I had submitted and had requested answers to, I was advised that her role was primarily dealing with updating and maintaining websites, social media, crisis management, etc., and she was not involved at all in dealing with or responding to resident questions or concerns submitted to township staff. If not the communications officer, is there anyone else perhaps working in communications that should be contacted if or when township staff are not responding or acknowledging resident inquiries or concerns? If so, who? Number one, Ms. Wood stated that in such instances, a resident should contact the CAO and or the clerk, somewhat problematic when the then acting CAO was one of those who was not responding to the clerk, and the clerk was copied on emails and follow-up emails. Perhaps with our new CAO and other staff, changes will improve. C, how is the township and our council going to ensure that many residents who are not using technology will have access to communications and information in a timely manner, and what formats will be used? D, in the proposed policy under section 2.2 values and guiding principles, point E states, quote, timeliness by aiming to communicate with residents as quickly as possible without compromising key values. If an interaction requires seeking additional or detailed information and input, the request should be acknowledged, end quote. One, why is the time frame on, quote, as quickly as possible, end quote? Two, how does this point relate to the customer service policy that states, quote, the township of Adjala-Tosorontio values our customers and is committed to providing excellent customer service in all aspects of our business, and that they, quote, commit to responding to customers' inquiries across all supported service channels within 2 business days, end quote. B, it answers or acknowledgement with answers to be forthcoming. Number one, a personal note on this, an email communication that I sent to our mayor, acting CAO Eric Wargo, and John Thompson, still with the township at the time. I submitted questions to all that I don't believe required research to answer. After 13 business days of no response or acknowledgement, a follow-up email was sent, and 15 business days later, I received a response from Mr. Wargo. The questions that I posed to Ms. Mayor Anderson were answered 4 business days after my initial email, but only after I submitted those same questions to the clerk for inclusion on the March 12th council meeting under public comment. This is not the first time over the past several years that I've submitted questions or concerns by email to township staff, usually senior staff and department heads, and have not received a response or even acknowledgement from anyone. In my opinion, this is unprofessional and disrespectful and does not, quote, promote open, honest, and effective communication with the community, end quote, and does not, quote, foster public trust, end quote. As it is not addressed in this report or the proposed policy, should any or all questions, comments, or concerns that residents may have be submitted to the CAO and our clerk and have them forward the questions on to the appropriate person for response. Hopefully our new CAO and changes in staff, we will see all forms of communications improve, and that this will, quote, foster public trust, end quote. Thank you for your consideration on the above comments and questions. Regards, Kim Narowski. That's all, Your Worship.
Thank you. That leads us on to item 12, which is upcoming events and announcements. I do have a few items to address as well and to acknowledge. So first of all, I would like to acknowledge that on April 22nd, 2025 is Earth Day. Small actions make a big impact. And so we encourage everyone to reduce, reuse, and recycle. This is support sustainability, and walk or bike instead of driving if you can to work or play. Second item, I just want to acknowledge and congratulate our neighbors to the west, the Township of Malmer. They were a finalist within Craft Hockeyville. And as runners-up, they did receive $25,000 in arena upgrades and another $10,000 for equipment through the Craft Hockeyville. And I just want to congratulate them and wish them all their best in the arena upgrades, which were drastically needed with the plant failure last year. And some of us have been in that barn, so we all know. The third item I have is just a reminder for those that are on wastewater within the municipality. Those residents will see a rate decrease as of April 1st, and this will be reflected in the July 2025 bill date. So you will receive there is a reduction in 20% from the wastewater rates. The fourth item is Ms. Webster acknowledged it earlier, but I did want to acknowledge as well that this is Vimy Ridge Day, and it's celebrated every year, recognizing the contributions and sacrifices of those in the armed forces. And many historians claim that Vimy Ridge, of course, was the birthplace of Canada and the nationhood of Canada. And then the last item I have is with regards to Easter weekend. So I want to acknowledge that our offices here at the township will be closed Friday, April 18th, which is Good Friday, and on April 21st, 2025 for Easter Monday. And on behalf of council staff, happy Easter to you all. And lastly, I would like to officially welcome, this is the first regular council meeting for our new CAO, Chris Kalamutu. And so I would like to express our thanks for him joining our team and wish him all the best within the township. Chris has taken an active approach in the first few weeks here with us, meeting with all staff and to engage in priorities of council and staff through this term. So I would like to welcome Chris. On that note, I would also just like to acknowledge and thank Mr. Wergel for his time here with us as interim CAO, and we wish him all best as well. And when Chris first met with myself, we discussed some opportunities for additional communication, and I am glad that Chris has taken the suggestion and the offer for myself that during upcoming events and announcements, I will be providing an opportunity for Chris to provide verbal updates to council, and some of these updates will inform council on some of the things that have been progressing on the back end, but as well for communications to residents. So with that, I am going to go to Chris first, and then I'll come back to council for additional upcoming announcements. So, Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate the introduction, and I am more than excited
excuse me, more than excited to be here and get moving into a bright future for Adjala-Tosorontio. As mentioned by the mayor, I will be regularly updating just some things that have been going on in the background just to increase our communications both to councillor and to residents. So with that, I do have a number of quick updates, and might as well just start off right at the top. This is in no particular order. So our OP update will be coming to council in the next few months. So just wanted to note that. Second one is, now that hopefully the snow has subsided and we are going to be getting into spring sweeping and cleanup, we'll be starting over the next few weeks. Again, for more information, John Williams, the acting director, can give more information, but just wanted to let everybody know. One of the exciting projects that we have is GIS and public mapping. And just wanted to point out that we now on our website have public mapping for status of all the planning applications and the building permits through the cloud permit. We're going to be working on OPA and ZBA, and we'll have a presentation to council very shortly with respect to all of the aspects that this new exciting technology can do. So again, it's a heads up that we're going to be coming forward with that. Next one is automated speed enforcement. There will be another update coming to council, but after the traffic studies is complete, and that is just to get the road profile. So we're looking sometime in this fall or the autumn to report back to council. Once we have that information, do the analysis, and then we can report back to council. One of the questions I had was with regard to funds that we get from the gravel pit or our permits. So just wanted to point out that those fundings do go into the aggregate reserve funds. Again, for additional information, we can speak to the treasurer, but just wanted to point that out. One of the other ones that was recently in front of council was the Oak Ridges Moraine resolution. That was in front of council, I believe it was February. It's previously tabled and passed by council. This resolution has been sent out appropriately as directed by council. Staff try to send these resolutions out approximately 48 hours within the 48 hours of the resolution. And one last thing, it was noted that we heard this morning from the provincial government is that there is a proposal to expand strong mayor powers to additional 169 municipalities, and one of those municipalities is including ours, Adjala-Tosorontio. So there will be a commenting period until April 16th, and there are links provided by this news and brief. And so that is just a quick update on about just over half a dozen aspects that we are working on and working towards. Thank you.
All right, appreciate that, Mr. CAO. I'm going to go to Councillor O'Leary.
I would like just to make an announcement on behalf of Somerville Nurseries. They're going to donate trees for our running track, and this spring they hope to plant approximately 10 trees, and their staff will do the installation, as they will anchor them, and it's our responsibility to water them. And then again, possibly in the fall or next spring, they're going to make another donation. It's a very substantial donation, and they're a local business. They're on the 13th, just south of Everett. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other upcoming events or announcements from council members? Councillor Meadows.
Along with Easter, I just would like to wish Happy Pesach to all our Jewish community. It's also coming up around the same time as Easter, and they coincide with one another. Anyways, take care and have a good holiday.
Thank you. Any further comments? All right. Well, that leads us on to our consent agenda, item 13. Are there any items that council wishes to pull or to initially just comment on? So I'm looking around the table. If there's anything that we'd like to pull, I'll go to Councillor Simpson first.
I'd like to pull 13.1.
13.1. Okay, any other items to be pulled? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I'd like 13.6, please.
It's already pulled because I declared a conflict.
Okay.
And just for clarification, anytime a member does declare conflict on the consent agenda, it would go on to.
Automatically goes on.
It does.
Thank you.
Other items to be pulled? Okay, I just wanted to comment since it was new, just request at the last council meeting with regards to grants update. Staff have provided a Q1 there. We have been successful in some funding opportunities there and some we are still awaiting on. So I appreciate staff getting that report up to date in a timely manner. Just before we go on anything else, Councilor Meadows?
With regards to the grant application, there was one grant there for, I believe it was that one for trails or no?
There is one for trails that was applied to the county and we were successful in that funding.
And that was in Loretto?
That was Loretto for the new area that we're looking at for trail network.
Okay.
Okay, so that would mean that 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5 would be the items that we are looking to present for adoption. Any further questions or comments? All right, so those consent items and recommendations be adopted as presented, and that staff be authorized to take all necessary actions. And do I have a mover for that recommendation, please? I have Councillor Bowers, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Any further questions or comments? And all those in favor? That is carried. And Madam Clerk, I didn't forget that motion this time. All right, so that leads us on to staff reports. First one is 14.1, Staff Report 2005-04 from the Finance Department, 2025 Final Operating Budget. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Anderchuk for introduction, please.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. Staff are bringing forward the final budget for approval as well as the municipal bylaw for approval. There were no changes made when the budget was presented to council at the special meeting held on March 11th. I would like to add, included in our budget for 2025, operating budget for 2025, are important enhancements for adding new staff positions, including the records coordinator for the clerk's department, bylaw adding an administrative position, and a summer student position to support the human resources department. Also, part of the increase in the 2025 budget is for previously approved positions for the communications officer, as well as the additional tax clerk position for a very busy department. I'd also like to add, there were some questions regarding including items in the capital versus operating budget. And I would just like to add, historically, we have included items that could be or would be considered capital in the operating budget, as well as we have items that are in the capital budget that are, I'll call it, of an operating nature. So whatever bucket we fund from, if an item is actually a tangible capital asset, it is an asset. It goes in the books as an asset. It's amortized as an asset. It doesn't matter where the funding source or where it's being budgeted. So some examples are in our operating budget, we have historically had laptops in the operating budget, which are capital assets. This year we have in our budget, portable radios and turnout gear for the fire department. They do get amortized and included in our assets. In our capital budget, items such as the Parks Master Plan, development charge studies, traffic studies are in the capital budget. They're funded from development charges, but they're not assets, so they're not amortized. So just for clarification. And then I just want to highlight for our investments, there were a few questions. So as far as our investments are concerned, we do have an operating account for our day-to-day expenses to pay for capital expenses. That account is a separate bank account. It earns interest and it is included in the operating budget and does reduce the levy, the interest that's earned. And then we have our segregated reserve funds, which are some examples would include development charges, the gas tax, the building reserve fund, OCF funds. Those are restricted funds, can only be used for certain expenditures, and the interest that's earned is allocated to those reserve funds, and it's either held in the bank account, or we've recently invested in some short-term deposits to earn additional interest, and all that is allocated back to those restricted reserve funds. And also the township does hold various government and corporate bonds with a market value at the end of the year of about $750,000 as of December 31st, 2024. There were some questions regarding development charges. I'd like to inform you that at the end of the year, we had over 5.8 million in development charges. And staff are bringing a report to council this year on the reserves, as well as a new reserve fund policy. So a lot more information to come regarding not just development charges, but the other reserve and reserve funds. Included for your information is an updated actuals. I'd like to add they're unaudited, and that staff will be bringing to council reports on the year-end results of both the operating budget, what the surplus is, recommendations where to allocate the surplus, as well as the year-end status of the capital projects.
Hey, thank you. You have one more, don't you?
Not done. I'd like to add that this year's budget, again, I'd like to emphasize, we have a blended tax increase, residential tax increase of only 2.49%. So that's both including the county, Simcoe, and school board taxes. This is one of the lowest tax rates in Simcoe County. So as an example, an assessment with a value of $500,000 would have a property increase of approximately $105. And I'd also like to add that for the township, the increase in the assessment for the past year was over $190 million, or an increase of 7.14%. This was the highest percentage increase of all 16 municipalities in Simcoe County. So that growth is helping to keep a very low tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anichuk, and appreciate that. Before I go for questions or comments, I just do want to acknowledge I think for the third or fourth time now, I'm awfully proud of our staff and council for putting together a budget with a 2.49% blended tax increase. And there's lots in the budget, both capital and operating. And the key messaging that we've put throughout the budget is building for the future. And I would like to acknowledge, and looking around to my council colleagues, that it is your support to start building for the future that has made us in a position today to adopt a budget where we're looking at a 2.49% blended increase. And I believe it is the lowest in Simcoe County, but I'm not going to say that we probably are one of the lowest, just to be cautious. But I think politically correct. But I do believe, yes, we are the lowest in Simcoe County. And this is something that we should all be proud of, to be able to maintain and improve our services in the township without having to go back to the pockets of taxpayers. So I'm impressed with everyone with that. So thank you very much to all of you. And with that, is there any questions from council to the treasurer with regards to the budget? All right, seeing none. So there's a recommendation that finance report 2025-004 dated April 9, 2025 regarding the 2025 final operating budget be received, in that the 2025 proposed municipal operating budget with a net levy of $10,301,700 which is an increase of $981,375 over the 2024 net levy, be adopted, and that council consider the necessary bylaw to adopt the 2025 municipal operating budget. And do I have a mover for that recommendation, please? I have Deputy Mayor Laux and a seconder, please. Councillor Cox. And any further questions or comments with regards to the proposed motion? Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I'm just concerned with the operating budget because of the fact there's no mention in there with regards to the water debt. Okay. To me, my residents are getting raped with the water rates. And yeah, you can have a low tax, but when it comes to the water rates, we're the highest in probably all of Ontario. So I cannot accept the way this is. I cannot accept this budget for what it is. And you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. All the overages from the operating from last year have gone into the capital to pay off all these other expenses. And also Mr. Anderchek also stated for a reason of some of the capital stuff that's gone into the operating and operating into capital. I'm sorry. I can't accept this budget the way it is, and I will be voting this down.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meadows. I might just caution you with your terminology at council. That has certainly meanings to individuals in this room, so just cautious with your language, please. And I would echo that to all councillors to be cautious with your language here at council. Thank you. Councillor Simpson.
To the chair, I'd like to thank staff for the work they've put forward in this budget. I will note, however, that I remain concerned about the amount that we're putting into reserves. We are putting in this budget, I believe it's 1.5 million into reserves. In addition to the 1.5 million, we also have the surpluses from previous year's budgets, which are also significant and which we are not allocating towards infrastructure at this time. So for that reason, I would not be in support of the budget as well. I think we should be putting more money towards infrastructure and addressing some of the deficiencies therein. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, there is a recommendation on the floor, and I prepare to call the question. So all those in favor?
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Certainly. So, Madam Clerk, Councillor Meadows has requested a recorded vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-2. Next item on the agenda is 14.2, which is staff report IND 2025-9, awarded Bridge 18 engineering services request for proposal. Mr. Johnstone?
Through the chair, this evening staff are asking council to award contract 2025-001P to Concept Dash Incorporated in the amount of $146,240. This contract award will go towards the engineering design of Bridge 18. This is a structure that was built in 1930. It currently has a load posting on it. And what this project will do is it will complete engineering design in order to raise the profile of the bridge to prevent flood flows to go underneath, and also create a project that's shovel ready in case we have grant applications or grant opportunities in the future. So a lot to be accomplished with the completion of this project. In terms of the request for proposal, we received 6 submissions. Concept Dash was the highest technical score. along with the lowest submission price of approximately $146,000. Accordingly, staff are recommending that this contract be awarded to them for the completion of the design. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I believe this is again, the intention that we put in the capital budget so that we have a project ready to go if there's some funding sources from the province or others. Any questions through to Mr. Johnstone on this item? All right, seeing none, is there a mover for the recommendation, please? I have Councillor Cox. A seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Laux. That the staff report IND 2025-09 dated April 9, 2025 regarding award of Bridge 18 engineering services request for proposal be received, and that council award contract 2025-001P to Concept Dash Incorporated in the amount of $146,240, not including HST. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Next is 14.3, which is staff report IND 2025-10, site alteration and fill application for 5150 Concession Road 2. Mr. Wometz.
Yeah, the township has had a request for fill alteration on the property on the second line, about 1.2 kilometers north of 89 Highway. This is to substantially increase the quality of the soil. It's a heavy clay land now, and they're going to be bringing the topsoil from the Honda plant, which is a sandier topsoil, mixing it together to become a better loam for the property. It's a agricultural benefit for the township.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Wometz on this item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I realize the importance of having good quality soil and that to bring in, and also it's good quality farm soil that's going onto this land, but there should also be tipping fees that are relevant for this. And we have a bylaw in place for this with regards to agricultural fill. And, you know, we sit here as a council and we keep waiving these fees. And I don't think it's right. Why some people get a reduced rate while other people don't. And I think everybody should be treated fairly within this community, and everybody should have to pay the same amount. So we either change the bylaw as a council to reflect that, or we treat everybody the same. We shouldn't be giving out discounts for stuff. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meadows. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, I'd like to echo Councillor Meadows' comments. At the January meeting, this was brought forward where a resident was given a lowered rate of $1.25 per meter cubed. And at that time, I opposed that application for the same reasons. Because if we have a set bylaw, a set rate that permits a certain amount, then why are we changing that rate for individual asks? When we were considering budget and the fees bylaw, I again raised that concern, and I told council that they have that opportunity that if you want to change the rate, you change the rate for everybody. Don't give preferential treatment to individual farmers or friends or whatever it is. Have a rate that is appropriate and leave it at that. And, you know, with these kinds of applications, yes, they're farmers. We support the farming community. If we support the farming community, then we should put a rate that we all accept is helping the farming community. We don't need to individually reduce it for certain people. You know, and realistically, the farmers are also getting a significant amount of money per load for each of these loads that are dropped on their property. So I think we need to keep that in mind. There's a lot of damage that fill operations do to our township. So we need to take that into account. We need to keep the rate as it is, or change the rate if council wants. but I would caution council not to reduce the rate for one person and not for another person. And I would highly recommend that we change the rate overall for the whole township and for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to oversimplify this, but I think the point that we have within any of our fees bylaw is anyone in the township can come ask for a reduction in fees. So we've seen it tonight with two organizations with their deputations that we're waiving fees for use of our facilities. If somebody wanted to come in and ask for waiving of a fee for another use of our township, then it would come to council for consideration because we've passed the bylaw and we would be the ones that have to make the decision. And at the end of the day, it is the council decision what we choose here at the table, whether or not we want to reduce the rate, exempt a rate, or keep the rate as is. So that's the options here tonight because that is what they asked for. They've asked for a reduction in the rates. But I will go to Mr. Womwitz just for clarification because outside of what a individual might receive for hauling fill to another site in compensation, we are asking as a municipality, if I'm not mistaken, for a deposit. We are asking for road security. We are asking for mud matting and other costs that are going to be well and above for a individual to procure because we've asked them to do it. So, and I think if I understand correctly, we're not waiving the provisions of the fill and site alteration bylaw. They must comply with all those steps within that. And those are cost requirements that the developer or the farmer or the individual applying for would still have to make sure are in place. So Mr. Womans, just to clarify.
Yeah, through the chair, you're correct. There is a substantial amount of cost to the contractor or whoever's bringing the fill in. There's engineering fees, there's survey fees, there's soil sampling fees, there's the trucking fees on it, the actual leveling of the material onto the field. So the word on the street, they're getting these big dollars. That's what it starts at, but then you start deducting all these expenses. So the farmer gets a very minimal amount. It's not what you hear on the street that they're getting $500 a load or $100 a load or whatever. It becomes, maybe $5 or $10 a load at the bottom end for the farmers, depending on where they are and how much they have to do.
Thank you for clarification. So I've Councillor Cox and then Deputy Mayor Laux.
Yes, through the chair. This particular project is in support of a major expansion here that'll bring jobs to our community. I believe the province and the federal's they're subsidizing $15 billion to build this. So I believe, and it's not just like a small job, this is 20,000 truckloads. So when I look at this, as the feds and the provincial governments help this project, I think as a municipal government, we can also help this project. Given the size and capacity what's happening, that, our regular rates wouldn't really apply only because of how much is there. And if we could help move this project along, similar to the way the feds and the provincial government have, it will bring jobs to our community. It'll bring jobs to the farm. And we're going to, in the end of it all, you're actually giving valuable employment to your local constituents. That's all I have. So I'm in support of this the way it is.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you through the chair. I'm also in support of this, and as the last fill project we had with on the 7th, where they had two different limits of loads or two different amounts of loads, 5,000 and 5,000, and we kind of split the difference by charging 75 cents for one and 125 for the other. To appease everybody here, we are helping the farming community. We are helping Honda develop their lands. I would be happy if we met them right in the middle, give them a 50% break on the tipping fees and make it $1 for all 20,000 loads. And I would support that 100%.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the CIO and then I have Councillor Simpson.
Your Worship, I just wanted to add to the information that was just previously provided by the interim director. over the past number of years, there have been additional provincial regulations, and I just wanted to point out that OREG 406-19, OREG 153-04, OREG 347, and OREG 351-12 are all provincial regulations to ensure the safe transport of appropriate fill, and understanding that there is additional work through these OREGs to ensure that anything that is leaving the site is tested and anything that is accepted by any site is tested. So again, this is a generality. Obviously, I'm not talking specifically about the application in front of us, but I just did want to point out to both council and the public the additional testing that is required for the safety of the receiving site and for the transportation of material. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, with respect to the mayor's comments, the groups that have previously received benefits from this council are community groups. They are not private individuals. This application is for a private corporation. Is this council in the business of providing corporate welfare? And I think we need to take that into account. This is a business. This is a business that is going to make money. This is a business that is making money from this transaction. And Mr. Wilmets, you noted that there's a cost involved, that there's costs involved for them, all of that. Have we asked this company for their contract? And if we did ask for it, did they provide that contract to us?
I did, and it's confidential information between the two or the three parties involved. So they don't want it to be public knowledge.
Right. But providing that to council would be making it public? I mean, council can be apprised of these, issues and how much they're making. So we don't even know how much they're making, but you're all here saying that you're going to give them free money to them. For the rate that we're asking, this could be over 400,000 if it's given to them at the rate that they're supposed to be paying. We have a rate that we have set, which in my opinion is low. So over 400,000 where they should be paying, and now we're going to reduce it for them by $200,000. I'm glad you guys have that kind of money, but I think we're doing a disservice to our residents by not collecting the appropriate amount. And if you do want to change this, then I would suggest that we change the bylaw so that the bylaw has a rate that we want to charge all farmers. And in fact, the bylaw has a specific provision that says this is the rate for agriculture and there's a separate rate for everybody else. So if you want to change it, that's where we change it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that bylaw is actually on the agenda tonight. So if council wishes to do that, we could certainly discuss it. I have Councillor Borzos, then Councillor O'Leary, then Councillor Meadows, and then Councillor Cox.
Through the chair to Mr. Wilmot, I notice on the map that this field is coming from New Tecumseh, right? Have they waived or have they instituted similar type of action on their behalf? So are they waiving tipping fees or are they reducing tipping fees for this particular operation?
This is the money is coming from the contractor there. They don't charge tipping fees because they're getting rid of it. It's the tipping fees are on the receiving end.
There's no charges, no fees.
I have no idea what that side is. I'm just dealing with the fill coming into the township, so I'm not sure what takes place behind the scenes at Honda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor O'Leary.
I would like to express my thoughts with regards to the farming community. We are a farming community, and that is our major industry. This fill is not for aesthetics. We're not building berms and flower gardens and aesthetically pleasing things. It's for producing food. And in today's society, the more food we produce and the higher quality of land we have, I think it's a benefit to the entire province, if not country. Therefore, I agree full-heartedly that for farming use, it should be half. It should be $1 per cube compared to the $2, which is aesthetics. Anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, and I don't mind the $1 if you wanted to put it at $1, but it's got to be $1 in the whole bylaw. Like I'm saying, all I'm saying is like we should treat them the same. Everybody, if it's for the farming community and we have a problem with the tipping rate.
Gentlemen.
If we have a problem with the tipping rate, let's change the bylaw while we have the opportunity to. Like, it doesn't take any brain science. Then we have them coming back for $1. All I'm saying is that we have to treat everybody fairly. And I know it's for farm use, but and I really take objection to the fact that you calling this topsoil. It is not topsoil. Silt is not topsoil. Silt is not topsoil.
We're not going to debate what.
No, but I'm just saying there's classifications under OMAFRA's laws when it comes to agricultural lands. What's the classification? What's the classification on the current soil that's on that property, John?
Okay, I'm going to allow Mr. Caffarel, if you'd like to come forward and provide some comment. Yes, it is.
How's that right? I mean,
because I'm asking Mr. Caffarel to come forward and provide some clarity to the council because clearly everyone has spoken about this. So I'd like.
So some people in the audience are able to.
Councillor Meadows, I'm asking Mr. Caffarel to speak.
Well, I just wanted for the record that I object because it's against our procedural bylaw.
Thank you.
George DeFero, Imagine Landscaping. I'm the GC doing the work on site. We're bringing the topsoil is basically coming in from where they're building the EV plant on the south end of the bypass. It is table 1 topsoil. It's not silt. I send the reports to the CAO before we start it. Basically, you're asking about the tipping fees. I don't have a problem going over that, just not in council meeting here. It's going to open a can of worms with everyone. When the bylaw was built here, it's probably 2 or 3 years old, maybe a little older than that. The bylaw was basically copied as New Tecumseh's. It's very close to New Tecumseh's, and the problem with New Tecumseh now is everything happened at the airport on the south end off Highway 9. So it was all the contamination that came into there. So now they put forth, their bylaw is put forth basically to stop it. They don't want it coming in the town shop like ESSA, where they had all these sites going. And I agree with Mr. Simpson and it has to be monitored. The problem is the fees, when you break down the fees and you break down the engineering costs, the fill management plan, you have to pay. Ontario has like a resource recoup that you have to pay into, okay? It comes off the top, okay? And then what happens is it has to be organized, and it has to be I'm trying to think of the word, monitored. Like the stuff coming from the city this is coming from Honda. It's potato topsoil, okay? That's what it is. It's not silt. It's actually topsoil. And you just really have to monitor this. Like we know where it's coming. It's one site. It's one company that we're dealing with there. We're looking for a place, what they're going to do with it is everything from that tribute site is sitting up at a pit in Primrose, stacked up 60 feet high, never been used. And the big thing with the Ontario government right now is the Ontario government is a couple of years ago, it's reusable now. It used to be considered waste. So now what we're doing at the project on is that the 7th or the 8th there, Brayford's Field there, that's what it's meant to be used for. It's not meant to, people filling in their backyards and all that. And I understand what you're saying. it has to be set up. Like the reason all this stuff happened in ESSA was because they had 6 sites operating. They had 2,000 trucks a day going through there. If it's managed and it's managed properly, and you have one project on or you have a small one here and there, it can actually be run very well and it can be beneficial for the town. Now, when it comes to the $2 a cubic meter, like I said, I have no problem sharing it with you guys outside of this, but I'll just break it down to you. And at $20 a load, because that's what it works out to be if you're doing $2 a cubic meter, it's what you're doing is you're taking it away from the top end. So you're saying, let's just use $60, that's a round number. You're taking 33% off the top, if we look at a percentage, and it's basically going to the township. Now what happens is, you know, the landowner wants a little bit or whatever, they get $10. And then it's like, there's $30 to do the work, and there's never enough to cover the cost, the true cost to having the engineer there, to having the fill management plan in place, and having all the procedures and protocols. That's the issue. I personally think it should be $1 is a fair number, but if you go the other way, people are going to cut it. People are going to cut it down, and they're going to skip somewhere along the way. Everything that we've did with the town on this project here has went pretty smooth, I like to think. We haven't had any complaints over there. We've had a couple of homeowners just, ask truck drivers to pull over a little bit more on their side of the road, but overall, we haven't had any real issues there. And it's just because we put extra manpower there to direct traffic. That was a big thing coming out of the laneway, just having someone there just to let those trucks go, because if there's not someone there, they're going to run it. So if you have some questions, I can try to answer them my best.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carrero. I wanted to provide some comment, so you have. So
okay.
Thank you. All right, so I have Councillor Cox next.
Yeah, through the chair. First, I'd like to clarify the feds and the Ontario government are spending $5 billion onto spending $15 billion. And I want to make sure it's clear that I'm not really in support of, it's not a corporate welfare thing. Because when you look at what the Ontario government and the federal government are doing, Honda also makes a significant profit. They are a massive company, and we're still subsidizing them to build a factory to bring jobs. So I look at the project as a whole, and that's why this one is particular to me, that it has nothing to do with who's moving the soil, where the soil is going. It's that we all have parts to play in a project that's going to bring, could bring prosperity to our local area, bringing good jobs, a lot of jobs and subsidiary jobs. And if we could help that project move smoothly and faster, because it's just the size of it. It's not like your regular farm field that's only going to get a couple loads. Maybe they want to fill in a hole. Like, this is a huge project where even the federal and the provincial government's like, let's give them a whole bunch of our money and subsidize a company that has, a board of directors, everybody's making huge profit margins. They're still giving them $5 billion. So for us to put our support into that same project, I just think that it's in good faith to the whole plan as a whole, given our current economic times with the trade wars and everything going on, that, hey, let's help move this along and help the people, from the local contractors to the local workers, and the people that could potentially be employed at this EV plant. But let's instead of stalling it, let's keep it moving forward. And that's the only reason why I think that waiving those fees, considering the size of it and what all the other levels of government have done, that I think I'm just following suit with them, and has nothing to do with corporate welfare, because it's just the project in a whole. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look at a resolution first, and if there's follow-up questions, we can address those, because everybody has had a chance already to address the initial questions here. So the recommendation is that staff, and I'll look for a mover and seconder once I read it, that staff report IND 2025-010 dated April 9, 2025, regarding site alteration and fill application for 5150 Concession Road 2 be received, and that in accordance with the site alteration and fill bylaw, staff be authorized to issue a fill permit to the applicant for 5150 Concession Road 2, following payment of securities for the potential cost to repave Concession Road 2 from Highway 89 to the fill site, the application and any costs incurred by the township in administering the application, and that the application fee of $1,500 plus $2 a cubic meter, as outlined in the fees and charges bylaw of 2024-012, be reduced to $1,500 plus $1 per cubic meter. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. And Councillor Simpson, further question, comment?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to note that for Brayford, when they came forward, it was $1.25. That's what council agreed to at that time. Why are we, no, $1.25.
Gentlemen?
The first loads were 75 cents, and then the second loads were $1.25.
That's
where it came up. Yeah, that's when it passed.
75, no.
So, okay, so what's the
resolution?
What's the question, Councillor Simpson?
So I can read the resolution if you'd like.
There's two resolutions to the Brayford.
The resolution that was approved in January 14th.
Yes, that was at $1.25.
It was at $1.25.
For the remaining 5,000, and the initial 5,000 was 75.
That's not how that resolution was approved.
Mr. Wilmets, clarification?
Yeah, through the chair, the initial loads that were granted for Brayford was at 75 cents a cubic meter tipping fees. When they came back and applied for additional loads, at that point, it was done at $1.25.
Okay. How many total did Brayford get?
They haven't finished the job yet, so I'm not sure what the total is.
Is it about 20,000, or was the first load?
I'm not sure what they're gonna, that's what they were hoping for, so I'm not sure.
Okay. I would like to know, my issue with this is not about farmers. I support our farmers. I think farming is very important for our community. And I think we should obviously have a rate that allows them to live a good life and have a wonderful rate for this, because to be fair, they are getting money for this. My problem is that we have different rates for different people. This is the same as when it comes to oversized structures for storage, oversized storage structures. Every time it's come to council, I've voted against it. Not because I'm against oversized structures. I think oversized structures are good. In fact, I'd be in favor of increasing the size.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Laux.
Can we just get to the topic, which was Phil? I understand your point, your stance on other things, but we're talking about Phil here. So can we just come to a consensus where we can maybe vote on $1 or I'll call the vote. Let's call the vote.
Why not change the bylaw?
Councillor Simpson, there was a point of order called, so I'll roll on that first. So yes, I agree with the Deputy Mayor. You're straying off topic. So if you'd like to remain on topic, I'll permit you to continue your questions.
My problem is, if we have a rule, let's stick to that rule. If the rule is not adequate, or if we feel that it's too high, then the appropriate response would be to change that fee. I would be in favor of changing that fee. And if council thinks that's the way to do it, that's what we should do. And I'd like to push that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been asked the qualified question, but before that, I just want to also comment on this. I don't believe the waiving of fees is based on an individual. I believe it's based on a site. So for example, if there was an application that came before council that was totally outrageous as to where it was located in the township, where the fill was coming from, what the site alteration was, then that's where the difference of, is there an exemption to fees or not? I don't believe it's on individuals. I believe it's on the site itself and what's going to happen with the site. So that's the way I look at it when it comes to council as a request for an exemption, is what makes sense for the exemption, not on the individual. And as I stated before, it's the council prerogative as to whether or not we accept to waive fees, because it's granted within our bylaws as to council making the ultimate decision on this one. So with that being said, there has been a request for a vote. So the motion has been read, and all those in favor? Thank you. Madam Clerk, record a vote from Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
I'd like to abstain.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 1 abstain, and 1 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-2. Next staff report is Clerk's 2025-04, the communications policy, and this was brought forward or brought back from the previous council meeting. Ms. Woods, would you like to provide any initial comment on this, or Ms. Reid?
Go ahead. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council, just to provide a brief overview of the communications policies. So strengthening the relationship between the municipality and its residents is central to the communications pillar, was identified as a key priority by Council in the 2024-2028 strategic priorities. So as a result, this position was established to spearhead this initiative. So the purpose of the communications policy and the corporate communication policy and the social media policies are to establish guidelines for the township as we move forward in fostering engagement and transparency and trust with our residents. These are standard policies across all municipalities, whether it be big or small. The corporate communications policy provides essential guidance to staff and elected officials on various aspects of municipal communication, including brand usage, emergency communications, and media relations. The social media policy establishes clear guidelines regarding the roles and responsibilities of staff users of our social media, elected officials, in engaging residents through our digital platforms. The primary goal of these policies is to foster transparency and encourage positive interactions with our residents and build trust between the municipality and the community and its members. By presenting engaging content on our social media channels, it is our hope that residents will visit our website and follow our social media channels to receive the most accurate and up-to-date information. And with your help sharing posts on our social media channels, we can create one cohesive voice for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio.
Great, thank you. So before I go for other comments or questions, Councillor Meadows, this item was deferred at your request at the last council meeting because you had some concerns with the potential for both policies. Do you wish to address any of those concerns at this meeting?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So there is so are there any further questions or comments from council? Okay, so there's a recommendation here that staff report CLK 2025-004 dated March 12, 2025 regarding communications policies be received, and that the corporate communications policy attached as attachment 1 be approved, and that the social media policy attached as attachment 2 be approved. Do we have a mover for that motion? I have Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any additional comments or questions with this item?
Sorry, I just have 1 minute.
Do you have? Sorry. Yeah, okay. I didn't know if you. Councillor Meadows.
Thank you. Through the chair. With regards to this policy, sorry, I do have one question that came to mind, and it was with regards to any communications that councillors put out on their own private Facebook or whatever, and that we could be held accountable for those communications that we put out. My concern is, does that not contradict my constitutional rights here in Canada?
Ms. Woods,
the way it was,
potentially maybe not commenting on constitutional rights. I don't think we don't have the expertise in the room to discuss it, but it maybe has what you see the policy actually does or does not restrict council members.
First, through your worship to Councillor Meadows. So the corporate communications policy and the social media policies allows for council to present their views if they so wish, but representing them as themselves, not as one as council and not as one as the township of Adjala-Tosorontio. It does state sorry, I have that here. It does state in the policy that there is, it states that nothing in this policy is intended to limit council's ability to respond to communication received from the public. It is encouraged that our social media posts that we put out on our corporate channels to maintain that one cohesive voice, to make sure that the most accurate information and up-to-date information is going out. And then that just helps the residents be aware. If we update a post, it will automatically reflect those posts on social media.
Well, I guess what I'm kind of concerned about is the fact that if I vote against a certain issue on council, and I put out the reason why I voted against it under my opinion, that it would open up Pandora's box for somebody to put an integrity commissioner investigation in on me. That's my concern.
I'm going to go to the clerk on this because I think it touches into our procedural into our code of conduct as well, as to what information council is able to share and represent from the body of council versus a councillor. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to Council and Councillor Meadows. I was going to comment that in accordance with Section 6.15.2 of the Council Code of Conduct, all members shall accurately and adequately communicate the decisions of council, even if they disagree. This is not to say that you wouldn't be able to state your opinion that you were in opposition to the decision, but the decision that was passed by council would have to be communicated clearly that that was the decision of council and the information related to that. The policies presented in front of council this evening by no means restrict council from stating their opinions as long as they're adhering to the council code of conduct and any other applicable legislation. But we want to ensure that when you are sharing those opinions, it's from your own personal views and that you're not representing the township in those. The goal of corporate communications is to share corporate communications in terms of the achievements and the programs that the township is running, and is not to take on any political aspects. So some councillors and other municipalities do achieve this by just putting a disclaimer on their Facebook pages that this is their personal account. They do not represent the views of the township through that. Others would do that through each and every post. That is something that would be up to your discretion, and I would encourage all of council to contact the integrity commissioner to discuss with, to ensure that you adhere to all of our township policies and the code of conduct.
Well, I know I'm probably going to have a few cases against me this year then. Thanks.
Okay, any further questions or comments with regard to policy? Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair to Ms. Woods. At the last meeting, I believe we had the presentation, and I didn't get a chance to say to you directly, but I really like the work that you're doing. I've been sharing a lot of what you've been posting, so keep it up. Thank you.
Okay, any additional comments or questions? All right, seeing none, there is a mover and seconder, and I'm prepared to call the questions. So all those in favor? And that is carried. 14.5 is a staff report from the Clerk's Department 2025-06 Ontario Land Tribunal e-file portal implementation. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Council. Tonight, staff is seeking authorization from Council to register for and implement the Ontario Land Tribunal e-file portal. The Township is already required to forward all appeals to the OLT through the portal. That's our responsibility as the Township, is to receive any appeal from an applicant and forward it to the OLT. By registering for the e-file portal, it would allow applicants to file their appeals through the portal. It would first come to the township for review. We would then add any supplementary information, and then we would submit it to the OLT for filing and review on their end. This would simplify the process for the applicants, as they already are required to go to the OLT website to make payment for the appeal, in addition to then coming here in person and filing it to us. Of course, the township would still accept paper appeals, and that is a requirement from the OLT for any municipality that is implementing the e-file portal.
Okay, thank you. And I guess backing on to that question, so if the portal was down, then they would still be able to file paper copies, and the Clerk's Department would assist in that regard?
Through your worship, to the rest of council, yes, it is a requirement of the OLT that we still make that information available to members of the public. When we are registering for the e-file portal, we do have to send a draft copy of all of our notifications to them for approval, which would include that language. So they do review and approve what all of our notices that go out to the public will say before we're allowed to register.
Okay, thank you. Any questions through the clerk on this item? Councillor Meadows?
Is there any cost to this portal at all to the municipality?
Madam Clerk?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, no, there's no cost incurred by the municipality.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? All right, do I have a mover for the recommendation? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Councillor Simpson. That staff report CLK 2025-06 dated April 9, 2025 regarding Ontario Land Tribunal e-file portal implementation be received, and that staff be authorized to register for the register for and implement the Ontario Land Tribunal e-file portal. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, so that brings us to the parks update, IND 2511. And I believe Councillor Simpson, you pulled this item.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm happy to see this plan coming forward, and especially for the Colgan subdivision and the parks planning, which I know a lot of residents have been in touch with me and have asked what's the status of that, when are we going to see that. So I'm pleased to see this report coming forward, and that we will be allocating funds in the 2026 draft capital budget for this project. And I'm also pleased to see that money from the DCs will be applied for this. And if possible, I'd like to see additional conversations with the developer on seeing if they can give us some more. And in addition to the incorporated features that have been identified in the Parks Master Plan, I'd also like to note that residents have spoken to me about shaded shelters being installed in both the parks. I know that residents in that area, and we see this throughout all our parks, but we would like to see more of those shaded areas so that people can actually come to the park and congregate and not be in the hot sun. Sorry, not be in the hot sun. The other thing is there were requests for rubberized flooring in children's play areas. That's something that we're seeing in a lot of new parks that are coming forward. And I know that perhaps at Haley Park, when we did the enhancements there, that we were not able to do the rubberized flooring. So I think when we're doing a new park that we should certainly look at rubberized flooring in all parks throughout our township, and especially for Colgan. I'd also like to highlight the need for washrooms, and not just at Colgan, but also for Haley Park. So those are just some requests that I have for the parks. So when that draft budget does come forward, that perhaps we can identify the costing for some of those asks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to clarify too that the developer has provided some draft documents and designs for the parks in Colgan. So that's something that township staff are reviewing, and we'll look at those too. And I think the recommendation from our consultant for the Parks Master Plan also provided some additional ideas and some things not to include. So I think staff will have a good handle on that situation. Councillor Meadows?
Before we go ahead with anything with these parks and that, I think it would be good to have a public consult with our communities putting these forward, and maybe get some input from them what they would like to see as a community going into these parks. So I would just like maybe staff could set up a community outreach or whatever for those particular things.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, just one for myself, and I guess same aspect for community outreach. It was a recommendation in the Parks Master Plan from our consultant to have one of those type meetings in Glencairn. So I'm looking to staff to schedule that with Councillor Cox in this spring, so that we can fulfill that recommendation from the master plan and get the ideas of what members of the community in Glencairn would like to see, because part of that, of course, with the grant funding that we're going through for that's currently on the books, would provide for some avenues there. So I think it's imperative that we do that this spring. All right, so the recommendation for this report would be that staff report IND 2025-011 dated April 9th, 2025 regarding parks update spring 2025 be received. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? I have Councillor Simpson, and I have it seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, so that takes us on to item 15, which is correspondence. And as indicated earlier, there is one item of correspondence, which is 13.6, which is pulled from the agenda because I have a conflict of interest with that. So at this time, I will pass the chair to the deputy mayor for the next one. And if you'd like to call me back in or call me or don't call me back in, whichever you choose, I will be outside of council chambers.
Okay, thank you. The next item of business is from the consent agenda, item 13.6, correspondence from Scott Anderson, Secretary Treasurer of the Lisle Astros Baseball Club regarding a request for special occasion permit for the annual Victoria Day weekend baseball tournament. The recommendation reads as follows, that the letter dated March 19th, 2025 from the Lisle Astros Baseball Club requesting approval for Victoria Day weekend baseball tournament be received, and that council has no objection to the Lisle Astros Baseball Club receiving a special occasion permit for the Liquor License Board of Ontario to have a licensed beer garden at the Victoria Day weekend baseball tournament at the Ross Houston Memorial Park in Lisle from May 17th to May 19th, 2025, provided the following conditions are met. 1, that there is no liability to the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio. 2, that the club abides by the conditions set out in the alcohol policy for special occasion permits adopted by council resolution dated April 2nd, 2001. 3, that all conditions of the fire department are abided by. 4, that the following items are submitted to the township by May 10th, 2025. A, proof of the servers having completed the Smart Serve program. B, proof of liability insurance covering both the event and serving of alcohol within the township added as an additional insured, with the township added as additional insured. And C, a facility rental application contract, deposit, and appropriate fees be submitted. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Cox and a seconder, Councillor O'Leary. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, with regards to this, I have a question. What conditions of the fire department, but for parking. I love it. A good answer. Just curious on what.
Madam Clerk, you have some suggestions or discussion?
Thank you, Chair. Through to Council. I would like to highlight that for this they are asking for a special occasion permit. I believe it is referencing the special occasion permit available through the province for the selling of alcohol at a private event. There may be stipulations to the ACGO for the fire department to review the application as it goes through.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, well, I'm wanted to say
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I have also historically abstained on votes relating to alcohol served. So for that reason, I will also be abstaining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussions or questions? I'll call a vote. All those in favor? Councillor Meadows has asked for a recorded vote.
Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against? Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
I'd like to abstain as well.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against? Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
That's 3 in favor, 3 abstains, which count as negative votes. It's 3-3. The motion is defeated.
All right, the motion is defeated. I can now ask for the chair, Anderson, to come back if you're in earshot.
All right, so that takes us on to bylaws, which is item 16. Just bear with me while I get my notes. All right, so we're at 16.1, which is bylaw 2025-023, which is the 2025 municipal operating budget. And the recommendation is that bylaw 2025-023 being a bylaw to adopt the 2025 municipal operating budget be enacted. And do I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor O'Leary, and I will second the recommendation. Any comments or questions with regards to the municipal budget? Seeing none, all those in. Madam Clerk, a request for recorded vote by Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 5 in favor, 2 against.
Thank you. The municipal operating budget passes 5-2. We're at 16.2, which is bylaw 2025-024, about 2025 fees and charges bylaw. That bylaw 2025-024 being a bylaw to establish fees and charges to be collected by the Corporation of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio and to repeal bylaw 2024-012 as amended be enacted. Do I have a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Cox, a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Laux, questions or comments with regards to the fees and charges bylaw? Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you. As we've had fruitful discussions here, maybe we would like to discuss the tipping fees and whether there would be a special line for agriculture or what anybody else could recommend.
Well, I see multiple hands up. My preference would be to refer this item back to staff and have staff come back with recommendations as to appropriate tipping fees from what maybe neighboring municipalities are providing, rather than us sitting here and picking numbers out of the head.
I am okay with that.
I'll second that.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, we're looking at a resolution to refer bylaw 2024-024. If staff are comfortable with that, or we could remove just that section of the bylaw. But I think we're okay. Not much has changed with it other than the fire department for fees from last year, this year. I think we can wait a month or two through to chief, and are we comfortable with that? Okay, so we'll refer back to staff for additional information with regards to appropriate tipping fees for fill and site alteration and or agricultural operations. I have a mover for the recommendation. I have Deputy Mayor Locks and seconded by Councillor Cox. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we're at 16.3, bylaw 2025-025, council remuneration bylaw. That bylaw 2025-025 being a bylaw to set remuneration and expenses of members of council for the township of Adjala-Tosorontio, and to repeal bylaw 2024-019 be enacted. Do you have a mover for the recommendation? I have Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks. Questions or comments with the remuneration bylaw? Multiple hands again. I have Councillor Borzos, Councillor Cox, and Councillor Meadows. Anyone else? Okay, those three for the time being.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Your mic.
Microphone on. So I reviewed this prior to the meeting, and I sent an email to the distinguished council, the mayor and the deputy mayor on that one, included the treasurer as well. So to me, it just seems a little strange how we have what I would call a two-tier increase here. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but there's a significant discrepancy between what is the average remuneration increase per the budget versus how councillors and then the mayor and deputy mayor are being remunerated on. I believe that there is some, this should be further discussed, this should be further looked at, as opposed to just pushing it through as it is. I understand the nature of a job for a mayor and the deputy mayor. I understand that due to their positions, they do have a different and increased scope of work. However, I believe that that is already being well compensated by the significant gap between a councillor and the mayor/deputy mayor pay band as it is. So to further widen that band by adding an additional 6.2% or 6.02% increase between the average and the mayor deputy mayor is unnecessary. So in its current form, I'm unable to support this bylaw, and I just, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Borzos. I didn't quite understand the point you're making, though. Could you clarify what the issue is for yourself?
For myself, the issue is that simply we have an average across the board of accepted increase as per the operating budget. That's 10.8%, correct? That's how much that's the amount by how much the operating budget, within the operating budget, the council remuneration increases. That's okay. That's the number. I'm one of the, my opinion is that the increases for us council members as well as mayor, deputy mayor should be at that level at a uniform rate, not at a 9.3% for councillors and 16.7% for mayor and deputy mayor, when the deputy mayor already is a 27% higher rate than a councillor, as well as the mayor, who is 58.3% higher than the councillor. That's my point.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification. I have Councillor Cox next.
Through the chair, so make it loud and clear, I do not want a raise. I want 0% on a raise, and I'm not going to support this bylaw because I said this at the meeting, the budget deliberation. I think that this is not the right time in the economic instability that we're facing, that we should be collecting more money. I don't want it. I'm not going to vote for it. Hopefully that's clear.
That was clear. Councillor Meadows, I have you next.
Yeah, I reiterate what Mr. Cox has just said. After reviewing everything, I'm quite happy with the salary I'm getting right now. I think for what we do here, it is part of public service, and it is a part-time job. And I think during the times we're in right now, I totally agree with Mr. Cox after I've had a few discussions with him on this subject as well, and I totally agree with him. And thank you for the conversations, and I'll back you 100% on it. I will not support this.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment myself. I'll accept whatever council is doing. My concern would be that we've already had these discussions in the past, and nothing's been brought up other than Councillor Cox saying that he doesn't want to raise. But we have not had, that has not been a thorough discussion through any of our budget deliberations. And I must also point out that I can speak only for myself as mayor. It is becoming not a part-time job. I hear that quite often, and I can assure you, staff know how often I'm here and in contact with staff and other things. So times have shifted. So I just want to acknowledge that there are a lot more duties than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago as to what individual members of council, and particularly the mayor or deputy mayor, might have versus what has happened in the past. So I just want to make that clear because I think that's been communicated out there that this is a part-time job. And at the end of the day, we are here to serve the public, and we all do that. The argument that has been made from time and time again is to keep competent and individuals wanting to run in municipal politics. You do have to pay in some cases to make sure that we get candidates that have the opportunity to actually financially sustain themselves when they would come into wanting to be a councillor, because at the present time, that's not the case. And some people can't run for municipal politics because it simply does not pay enough for them to sustain themselves. So I have Councillor Simpson and then Councillor O'Leary.
To the chair, I support the mayor's point on this, that an adequate income and remuneration is necessary for people to run for positions. These are positions that represent the community, that take a lot of time, that take a lot of competence to fulfill the duties that are entrusted on us. And I think it's very important that an adequate remuneration be there for people who run for these positions. And so to make sure that we get good, capable people running for these positions, that we need to make sure that we have a commensurate pay rate. That said, with regard to this, I am a little concerned about the two-tier increase, and I think the increase ought to be similar across the board instead of two different rates of increases. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I just want everybody to know that I'm a senior citizen on a fixed income. No, like honestly, I don't need the money. But what's happened in our previous term, we had our CAO go and have a systematic raise process, and we went through that and we adopted that. Now, for people like myself, it's not going to matter one way or the other, right? But for future, like New said, for future people coming into council, it's going to be a problem, or it could be a problem. And the other thing is that, are we going to end up with the same conundrum that we had before, where we're going to have to give them like 30 and 40% increases? I mean, my point right now is maybe we should refer this back to staff and to have them revisit the structure that our previous CAO had used to equate the raises for all the members or employees of the township, and then bring it back to us at a later date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and I appreciate that suggestion. And I just to echo that comment, and I guess is, and I'll look to maybe Mr. Anderchuk to provide a bit of clarity on this, but the percentage increase was based on our comparators with other like municipalities in the area and in Ontario. And we were placing ourselves along with staff at the 65 percentile in comparison. So we're not at the top of the comparison at all. We're placing ourselves, staff and council composition, to the 65th percentile. And I just want to confirm that that's what we've got here.
Yeah, through the mayor to council. Yes, we're moving from the 50th percentile to the 65th percentile based on market rates. And in the initial study that was, or the initial what was approved through the consultant in 2023, the increases that go to the 50th percentile for both staff and council were not uniform. It wasn't a COLA adjustment to move to the 50th. There are different increases. Like, so for council, when W and you, the consultants, we had different increases for the mayor, both dollar amount and percentage amount for the mayor, deputy mayor, and council. They were all different increases. And again, you're seeing it moving from the 50th percentile to the 65th percentile. Like, you're seeing different increases. It's not a COLA adjustment. It's the move to the percentile, so you get it. You're not going to. It's not uniform.
Okay, and I would share the concern that Councillor O'Leary too, that we had to face tough decisions in our previous budgets to, well, yeah, you could say major, but there were certainly tough decisions to be made from council on to how we would proceed with compensation for staff, council, and volunteer firefighters. And I thought at that time we were on the road to making sure that no other council had to face those concerns moving forward, or that staff had to face those concerns of trying to actually provide a budget to the council that is not a 2.49% increase. So I have Deputy Mayor Laux again, and Councillor Cox. Did I see your hand?
Okay. Thank you through the chair. I'll echo Councillor O'Leary's thoughts, and I have no issue referring it back to staff to review it. My biggest issue would be that if we're all going to take a reduction for let's say the next 2 years, that at least we follow the steps that we were supposed to take, so that the next term of council that comes in does not go through what we just discussed, where all of a sudden I'm getting a 50% raise or I'm getting this or that. If everybody here doesn't really care whether they get 5% or 12% or whatever, that's fine. But if we're going to make that decision, I would like to see it at the end of that line, that the next term of council that comes in is starting at the 65 percentile, whatever you want to call it, 70, so that they don't have to go through the issues of people mocking them or talking about them saying, oh, you're getting this raise or that raise. That's my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is a resolution here for the bylaw, so it is moved and seconded, and so I prepared to call a question on that if there's any clarification on it. CO.
Your Worship, just for clarification purposes, I just wanted to point out what the procedure was as noted by council. So these new salary numbers were calculated by the consultant, who were looking at each individual position and recommending and raise them to the 65th percentile of the 2022 salaries. That was the latest information at that time, with our comparative municipalities, as you mentioned. And so because of that, each position would get different increases as a percentage. But again, it is based on what those positions are in those comparative municipalities. So in those comparative municipalities, you do see a difference between the mayor, a deputy mayor, and a councillor, just because of the market value compensations. And again, as noted, it's not uniform because there is no COLA in this budget. And that was the process, I believe, approved by council to go to that consultant for those investigations.
Okay, thank you for the clarity on that as well. So I'm prepared to call the question on this resolution, unless there's something else that we would like to discuss.
Member recorded vote, please.
Sure. Madam Deputy Clerk, request for recorded vote on this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
Against?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
I'm going to vote in favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Okay, so the motion carries 4-3. All right, so we're on to 16.4, which is bylaw 2025-026, municipal weed inspector appointment bylaw. Looking at you. So that the bylaw 2025-026 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal weed inspector be enacted. Do I have a mover for this? Councillor Cox, and second by Councillor Borzos. And over to Ms. Reid, because she had some clarity on the request from the ministry, I believe, on this.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to council. This year is the first year that the ministry is requiring municipalities to submit who their municipal weed inspectors are. That was to be done by April 1st. However, we didn't receive the notice until following our March council meeting, so it is before council this evening for approval. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. And I just wanted to clarify that this normally has been carried on behalf by the County of Simcoe. So anytime there's some issues with overgrowth or noxious weeds or poison ivy and things like that in our parks or on parkland or natural heritage areas or even in some subdivisions and things like that, we would have the county bylaw officer go out and inspect that for us. And now that's a requirement under the ministry to have our own. Potentially, I'm not sure, maybe do we have what their actual duties are? I think we can get that to council, but at the end of the day, I think it's noxious weeds and such. Ms. Anderson?
Actually, tomorrow, the bylaw enforcement officer is going to the conference for weed inspectors, so the timing works out well. He will gather all documentation. Typically, in this sort of situation, we will get information from the king weed inspector, like the big guy. And if there's any challenge or any questions, he's been more than, forthcoming in assisting us with this.
Yeah. Thank you. And maybe perhaps the bylaw officer would be able to share some information with council through you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. All in favor of the resolution?
I have a question.
Yep. Sorry, Councilman Meadows.
Yeah, I'm just curious of what qualifications this inspector has with regards to weeds. Not weed, but weeds.
Everyone's having a hard time. We did some research into this, and there was nothing provincially mandated. At first, I thought it was, but only if you're applying pesticides do you have to be licensed. So we will, when he's at this conference tomorrow, he's going to gather all the documentation and ensure that we are operating in compliance. But there is no provincially mandated qualifications, unfortunately, for the inspection of weeds. It's only the noxious weeds. It's
Right.
not all weeds, but we will gather some information before we get too far in the weeds.
Good one, Miss Anderson. To the CAO for additional comment.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. From my past experience, obviously noxious weeds is a health and safety matter. And so the training would obviously involve health and safety with respect to approaching the weeds, identifying what they can do, proper disposal, et cetera. And so from my past experience, that is absolutely mandatory when there is a complaint and there has to be an investigation. And so all of those, especially with giant hogweed, as an example, we have previously had some bad burns when it comes to that particular noxious weed, poison ivy, et cetera. So again, that's what most of that time that training does, is to identify proper disposal, how to actually combat the weed growth, so that it is handled in a safe and productive way. But as noted, we will pass that information on to council with respect to what was learned at the conference.
Yeah. Great, thank you, appreciate that. Any further questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of the resolution? And that is carried. So we're on to 16.5, which is bylaw 2025-027, amend bylaw 2023-24, which are the appointments to boards and committees. So that bylaw 2025-027 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 23-24 as amended, being a bylaw to make appointments to advisory committees, local boards, and external boards and committees be enacted. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Cox. Seconded by Councillor O'Leary. Any questions or comments? Councillor Borzos.
Through the chair, just a quick question. I don't see the Rosemont Fire Board on this list. I don't know. I'm new to that, so I might not be participant.
Sure, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. Through Councillor Borzos. For this amendment, we are only making an amendment to Schedule A. That would be included on Schedule B of the bylaw. So we don't have to bring each schedule back each time we amend the bylaw. For clarity for council, I will just take this opportunity, if I may, Your Worship. We did receive a resignation on our Community Development Event Committee. Thank you very much. Committee. One of our members did resign. What what staff are seeking this evening is to give Councillor Cox voting privileges, similar to what we did with Deputy Mayor Laux last year when he sat on the committee, to ensure that we have quorum at all the meetings going forward, so the committee can move forward with organizing the annual Canada Day event.
Okay, any further questions? And you're happy with that power, Councillor Cox? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, it's an important committee, and we're looking forward to moving that process along with Canada Day. Any further questions or comments? All right, there is a motion on the floor. All those in favor? And that is carried. (16.6) is bylaw 2025-028, bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer, and that the bylaw 2025-028 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer be enacted. And a mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions with regards to this? All those in favor? That is carried. 16.7 is bylaw 2025-029, joint OPP policing contract bylaw, and the recommendation is that bylaw 2025-029 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of an agreement for the provision of additional services under section 17(2) of the Community Safety and Policing Act be enacted. And a mover, please. Councillor Cox, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. And I'll just go to Madam Clerk just for an update on this, because we did originally sign one, and this is a revised one from the OPP.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to council. So this is a revised new agreement. I would like to emphasize that there is no change in level of service of policing that will be provided to the township. Our current provisional services of the 2 constable school resource officers and the 1 civilian detachment administrative clerk will be maintained under this new contract. In 2024, there was a new collective agreement between the OPP Association and the provincial government. They were able to, under the new service model, move these into a new portion of the budget. So there's a cost savings to the municipality under this new agreement. But again, there will be no change in the level of service provided to the municipality through our OPP agreement.
Thank you. And I believe that's in the near, if I calculated correct, about 300,000 in savings, I believe, to the municipality. Not sure if you have that information handy.
Through your worship to council, I don't have the exact number on me, but I believe it's something that Treasury will be able to report back on at a future date. What is happening now is because we're going through different phases of the implementation of the new Police Services Act, there's a couple bills that are going back and forth. So we will have final numbers by the end of this year to share with council of what it cost for us for 2020.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions to the clerk? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? And that is carried. We're on to 16.8, which is a bylaw to appoint a chief administrative officer. And that is bylaw 2025-030, being a bylaw to appoint a chief administrative officer for the corporation of the township of Adjala-Tosorontio and to repeal bylaw 2024-048 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Cox. Seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? No questions?
We're going to record
When do we meet this?
No. And that recommendation is carried. Well, and welcome aboard, Chris. Okay, so we're on to item 17 of the agenda, which is a notice of motion. I should ask, is everyone content continuing for time being? Okay, all right. 17.1, so Councillor Simpson has a notice of motion which is regards to lobbyist and gift registry, and it reads, whereas section 2239 of the Municipal Act 2001 provides municipalities with jurisdiction to establish a lobbyist registry and to appoint a lobbyist register to provide transparency regarding individuals and groups who lobby municipal public office holders. And whereas a lobbyist registry records and regulates communications between public office holders and those who engage in lobbying activities by tracking communications and correspondence and making this information available to the public. And whereas lobbying is a legitimate and legal activity that is part of the individual's, groups, or company's right to communicate with their elected government officials and municipal staff. And whereas many municipalities in Ontario, large and small, have established lobbyist registries for the purpose of enhancing transparency and integrity of their business procedures and conduct. Now therefore be it resolved that staff investigate and report back to council on or before the end of the fourth quarter of 2025 with a draft bylaw to establish a lobbyist and gift registry for the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio in accordance with section 2239 of the Municipal Act 2001. And Councillor Simpson, I assume you're moving that motion. And is there a seconder for that resolution? Seconded by Councillor Cox. And Councillor Simpson, back to you for first comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. So many municipalities in Ontario have enacted lobbyist registration bylaws. In our area, we've got Barrie, Collingwood, Blue Mountains, all having done so. Many more have enacted these rules. And the Municipal Act allows municipalities to create these lobbyist registries. In her 2005 report on the Toronto Computer Leasing Inquiry and Toronto External Contracts Inquiry, Justice Denise Bellamy made 31 recommendations concerning lobbying, and her recommendations are widely considered to be best practices for all municipalities. We should be treating lobbying as a helpful practice, but it should be carefully controlled. We should hold lobbyists to the highest ethical standards, and it's only fair that residents are also aware of the work that council does. And making this information public would allow residents to understand the work that council does. And it also protects council because our ethics are unimpeachable. So this is why I've put this resolution forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did some research, of course, and I found two of the area ones that I've most notably is Barrie and town of Collingwood. I support the application of something like this in a way, but I'm trying to better understand the priority of council for this project, for one, and then two is what the intention behind the lobbyist registry is, because I've heard comments before about recording, developer meetings and things like that. But in most lobbyist registries, those meetings are not considered lobbyist because they fall under the Planning Act and have a process through the planning process to have meetings with staff, regardless of being a lobbyist or not. So I'm just concerned on where we're going, who's a lobbyist, who's not a lobbyist, what that's going to look like, the timelines for the clerk's office or staff to put this together. So I'm just looking to see if this is something that is a priority of council to have staff focused on. For that would be the first question. And then the second question was just with regards to the gift registry. we already have processes in place for gift registry. So I'm just looking to seek a bit of clarification as to, we've already got that process in place. What would be the intention of having a gift registry if we've already got one? I'm maybe looking to Councillor Simpson just for clarification.
So through the chair, I'll answer a few of those questions. With regard to what's the reasoning for this, it's just to enhance the hold on, the public enhancing transparency for the municipality, enhancing the transparency of the activities that we do. With regard to developers, I think any meetings that council and members of council are involved in, that ought to be captured in the registry. With regard to your additional question on the lobbyist and gift registry and the gift part of that, the intent is to make sure that both are captured and that one is not lost in this process. So any gifts that staff receive, any gifts that we receive from any lobbyist is accounted for. And I think in the past there have been reports that were unverified, but certainly reports that have come forward that certain individuals or members of staff have received certain benefits. And certainly if any benefit is being given, it should be given to all staff and it should be recorded. So that's what the intent of that gift registry is. And it's to make sure that both the lobbyist registry and the gift registry work together.
Okay, thank you. So again, I'll echo the comments I made before. I applaud the idea of trying to improve transparency. I'm just looking at the magnitude of what this would be. I've seen bylaws in the neighborhood of 10, 12 pages. And we're asking staff to actually prepare a bylaw for our consideration. So I'm not sure if staff are able to answer any questions as to length or research or things that might happen. I know the clerk's smiling. Maybe that's the question I shouldn't ask, but just for myself, I'm just curious, like, we've set our goals for this term of council and in our strat plan, and we're trying to make sure that we're maximizing staff time on the things that council wants to do and complete. So I'm just looking at like what we might be looking at. Madam Clerk, potentially.
Through your worship to council, as written, the motion is asking for this by the end of this year. If that is the council direction, staff will strive to achieve that deadline. I will just note that based on the announcement this morning, if that piece of legislation is amended, there will be significant processes that the clerk's department will have to be reviewing, and that will need to take precedent over the development of this registry. So I would perhaps just ask, in light of this morning's announcement, slight flexibility on the timelines. If approved, we will definitely take this as a priority, but it would take second to the administrative process for the provincial.
Thank you.
That will include a review of the procedure bylaw and different other administrative processes. But we will need time to take that under review.
For sure. And I'll look to the CEO if you want to provide any additional comments to that.
Your worship, no additional comments for me.
Okay, thank you.
It was well covered. Thank you.
Okay. So I have Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Cox, Councillor Meadows.
To the chair, the only thing I have to say is I would like this to be referred back to staff and have staff do an analysis of what's existing and possible addendums or vacation for items of gifts or different things involved in this to make it clear, because I don't really see the difference between what we have and what we're going to get, and how much time is it going to take for our staff to do this? Like, you know, how, like, if they're gonna create a registry, how much time is it gonna involve our staff to be doing this? We're just adding things on their daily routine that they have to provide us with. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, given that there are existing existing bylaws, I guess you'd say, for gifts and gratuities, maybe I'd propose like a friendly amendment to just remove that there's not a draft bylaw, but more of just a report back that explains what we do have, and an open-ended, like no pressure report, just what we do have already that covers us in certain aspects and what would be considered a lobbyist meeting, rather than having them do a bylaw where we actually we might already have our bases covered in certain ways. Where I'd sooner just see a report back before we move towards a draft bylaw. I mean, so we have more information on it is essentially what I would propose, is get more information before we ask for a draft bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, well, currently I know we don't have a lobbyist bylaw. Okay, we do have a gifts section under our code of conduct, and I believe it's under whatever. So we do have that aspect covered with regards to gifts, but I'm just wondering how difficult this is going to be, because I'm almost 100% sure majority of other municipalities have a lobbyist bylaw. It is essential under the Municipal Act, I think, as well, that there should be a lobbyist bylaw. So I'm just saying that, you know, like I agree with this. There's going to be a lot of changes coming down the turnpike with regards to the lobbyist bylaw as well, because of all the bylaws with this new procedures coming down from the provincial government. So it might be a good time to get everything in order, along with our code of conduct and along with the procedural bylaw and everything. So I think everything is going to coincide with one another so we can get everything together. So thank you.
Okay, so I'll go to the Deputy Mayor in a moment here, but what I'm hearing is like we need to take time to figure out what we need to actually do. Then is that what I'm kind of hearing? Yeah. Okay, Deputy Mayor Locks.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship. As I mentioned, it was 6.5. I believe that's our gifts and benefits of Code of Council Code of Conduct. So we already kind of have that aspect for the gift ask of your notice of motion, and I truly don't have an issue with the lobbyist registry. Besides, once again, how long is it going to take and whatever. But I do believe in discussions with the clerk. I think the Achilles tendon, whatever you want to call it, the Achilles heel of the whole thing is when you have a lobbyist registry, the onus is on the lobbyist to report to that registry. And to me, that just seems like a really bizarre aspect of it, because they can register, or they cannot register. The onus is on the lobbyist to do it, not on some sort of watchdog or whatever. So that's the part that seems kind of bizarre to me. But yeah, I'm truly for, if the clerk's department wants to do a report and look into it to see what would be the best route, I have no issue with that.
Okay. Like I said, so there's a motion on the floor. What I'm hearing is council's not entirely supportive of the motion as written. But if there's no other questions or comments, I'll prepare to move the motion as forward as recommended. So, Councilor Reynolds?
Yeah, with regards to that, I don't have a problem with the way it's written. It's just the time period in which we're going to be doing this. Like the clerk said, she has no problems doing it. It's just other things are going to take priority with this new legislation brought down by the government. So I'm in favor of this. I would second that motion for sure. for the council to put forward, but the time limits for the clerk to look into it are going to have to possibly change a bit.
Okay. Well, I think we've had enough discussion on it, so I'll call the question on anyways on this one, and then we can deal with that. So I'll move that or it's moved by Councillor Simpson and second by Councillor Cox that the item that we're voting on the matter.
I believe Councillor Cox had a friendly amendment to make it a report, or
I can't make it a friendly amendment on a report. No.
Okay.
You can't do a friendly amendment.
Do an amendment?
A non-friendly
Hostile.
Come on, we gotta laugh. Come on. Could you do it? The non-friendly moment.
So again, if there's ideas here, fine, but I think we need to take a vote on the question.
Friendly amendment would be.
It's not a friendly amendment. We can't change words for a friendly amendment. So, yeah, no, that can't change the date either. So I'm prepared to call a question. So all those in favor of this of the recommendation. Okay. All right, so Madam Clerk, we've got a request for a recorded vote from Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
Friendly in favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 6 in favor, 1 against.
Motion carries 6-1. All right, so we're on to item 18, which is new business, and there was an item added to the agenda for with regards to Councillor Simpson, strong mayor's power. You have I won't entertain a discussion until I get a motion on the floor. So if you have a motion.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So the motion reads as follows. Whereas on April 9th, 2025, today, the province of Ontario introduced legislation for strong mayor powers, and the province has allowed comments on the legislation only until April 16th, 2025. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio requests the province of Ontario to reconsider the legislation, and further, that the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio not be granted strong mayor powers. Thank you.
Okay, so that's moved by Councillor Simpson. Do I have a seconder for that recommendation? That's Councillor Meadows. Comments or questions? Okay. I'll comment by first of all saying, and there's by no means is I'm commenting as a mayor. I'm commenting as the position of mayor, and not personal here. I do have a concern with having a vote on the motion this evening. For one, as indicated earlier in the meeting, in the individual in the province of Ontario may make comments to the minister and to the legislation. Council doesn't necessarily need to make that body or that decision to the government. And second of all, just to acknowledge that this news was just out this morning. No one has been able to pull together information. I understand from the clerk's department that they are going to meet locally within the Simcoe County region to come up with a process for this, and I believe the CAOs will probably be doing the same within Simcoe County. So I think we're jumping the gun a wee bit on this one. Speaking in that term, that I think we need more information before we make a decision. And then second of all, is it was indicated clearly by Chair Scott of the NVCA, that the municipality, of course, is a creature of the province. And when they give you something, you don't tell them no, because you're not going to get the next thing. And at that, I will also state that they have actually not passed this, and that's why we're looking at the recommendation that the legislature would still need to vote on strong mayor powers for the 100 or so, 160 or so municipalities. So that's the comment on that. I think we're just we're a bit premature in making a decision this evening on that announcement that was just made this morning. So I'll go to questions or comments. I have Councillor Meadows.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, with regards to this is probably the most undemocratic process I've ever heard of, allowing the mayor to override council's decision on almost everything, and has the ability, with the exception of a 2/3 vote. I am totally against this process. If they do that, there's no point in having council sitting here, as far as I'm concerned. Surely would benefit the taxpayer, but you would have to vote for one person and one person only. There's a reason why we have everybody here making decisions for different sectors of our municipalities, because each sector is different.
We're over here, Bob. We're the ones voting, just so you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't work for you. I work for the constituents that voted me in.
I'm not trying to be argumentative, so.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you are. And I'm just saying that, you know, like I can't support something like this. And not only that, the government of Ontario has given us to April 16th for our comments, or comments in general. So to say that it's premature is totally not correct. This is the time to do it, and we have to speak up as a council. And I totally believe council as a whole should vote for anything to do with our municipalities. And that's my position on this, and I'll stand by it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have an issue with the motion, just to the fact of, as we stated, I've known about this ideally for a couple hours, and I would like more information before I make any sort of a decision on which way it goes. Councillor Meadows stated that the mayor would have powers to do whatever he wants. If that's true, I'd like to see the documentation that states that, because I haven't seen it yet.
Point of order. You're out of order. Councillor Meadows, every time we get into a debate, you indicate that members of council are speaking out of order. And when the deputy mayor is going to speak on an item, you have to interject every single time because you disagree with his opinion. We have sat here and we have listened to your opinion. I would like you to allow other members of council to express their opinion, because that is what we do at this council table. Deputy Mayor, you may continue.
Thank you. So that being said, I would like more information on this matter. If literally you can show me a piece of paper that says stronger power mayors can override everything that a council says or does, I would obviously vote against that. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that information. Like I said, I work till 5 o'clock. I believe the CAO put out an email today. I leave my work at 5. I drove home 6 o'clock, or I left at 4. I drove home. I changed. I came here. I even haven't had something to eat. So I would like a little more information on what we're voting on here, or what Councillor Simpson's motion is all about. I can't vote on something I don't know anything about. I'm sorry. If you want to call a meeting tomorrow and discuss it, I'll gladly come back tomorrow and discuss it. I just don't know how to vote on a motion where I don't know what the premise of the whole thing is about. That's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to look to the CEO, and I'm putting you on a spot here. I'm not sure if you can provide any context to strong mayor powers, or what this would mean for our municipality, or the 43 that had it before. And I'm just looking, I guess, for Deputy Mayor's comments is what would be a recommendation of staff at this juncture.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. We are also still gathering some information, and as was noted previously, clerks will be having a meeting very quickly to discuss what this proposed legislation actually means to our area and this municipality in particular. Obviously, it would be right for the CAOs to also get together, as was previously noted. Within the release from the province, there are some aspects with regard to the strong mayor powers and duties that it may include. However, it is not an exhaustive list, or it may be an exhaustive list. We have not yet had a chance to digest it and analyze it at this moment. And so we will be reaching out to possibly the MPP's office if there is any additional information, reaching out to the clerks group if there's any additional information, and reaching out to the CAOs group to see if there's any additional information. Do want to point out that there have been 47 municipalities across Ontario that have been extended these powers. This is another large number of 169. So that brings, that could bring, if passed, 216 municipalities out of the 444 that may have this. Again, from what we've seen, it is mainly for councils that have 6 or more members, and there are duties that are noted that are similar to the strong mayor powers that have, powers and duties that have been included in the previous 47. And again, we don't know if there's going to be any more, what the other reasonings behind it is, because within these additional 169, there are a lot of municipalities that would not be building a lot of homes faster, which was the original intent of the strong mayor powers for those 47. And so with that not being in the equation, there are additional questions that need to be asked.
All right, thank you. Councillor Borzos next.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to comment slightly on Deputy Mayor Lux's position. Contrary to him, I had an opportunity to read the bulletin that was forwarded to us by the CAO, and in that bulletin, from what I can read, that is enough for me to be concerned. And furthermore, I'm reading some things in the bulletin there under quick facts where and how strong mayor power allows the mayors to facilitate or fast forward developments. That is especially sensitive to me, being ever at the growth node and with the new addition of Brampton brick people and Lord knows what else is coming to Everett to develop. So I think, while I understand the mayor's position on it as well, I think this is important for us, if not tonight, maybe tomorrow or Friday, have a meeting, special meeting, if you will, about this to further discuss. Perhaps we will have a little more information by then, and definitely do something and put something forward official from this council as a whole to the province to reconsider or at least qualify, or if not, then give us a little bit of leeway or a little bit of extra time, not 1 week where they try to jam this down municipalities' throats, because that's exactly what's happening here, in my opinion. So I would, in principle, support this motion, but I would be very open to perhaps give a little bit of time to CEO and clerk to come back to us with a little more information and sit down within a day or two, if that's what we needed to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair, and please understand me when I say this. This motion is not meant to disrespect the mayor or anybody else. This legislation is meant to be disruptive. The province is giving us 1 week for comments. That is very abnormal. We have 1 week for comments. Comments are due in 5 days, 5 business days. We have no other chance to comment on it. Once that commenting period is over, because it's statutorily required, it will be implemented on May the 1st. We can't go another month to have a say, or for council to have a say on this. Additionally, there's a lot of powers that are in this legislation. The mayor would get to choose the CAO and members of staff. We see the results of this in Aurelia today, where the mayor received these strong mayor powers last week, and then immediately the mayor fired their new CAO that they had just hired. The man hadn't even gotten his laptop. He got his laptop, picked it up, and he got fired an hour later. And picked somebody that their council didn't want. And I'm not suggesting that that's what, could happen, but we see the turmoil that's going on in municipalities that are in our backyard. A mayor who has this power can veto council decisions arbitrarily. They can propose municipal budgets on their own without council approval. These are serious powers. This is legislation that is meant to reduce the democratic input in decision-making at the municipal level. This will create problems for our municipality. And for that reason, I think it's very important that council understands that this is meant to be disruptive, that we need to take action. We're not given time. Many municipalities aren't going to have time to put an official resolution forward. We have this opportunity right now to let the province know, hey, guys, you guys are moving too quick on this. Let's have some sober thought. Let's reconsider some of these positions. I don't disagree that perhaps there may be additional powers that a mayor may need, but that doesn't mean that we just throw away our democracy and just do whatever we're told to do. I think it's important that we as a council let the province know, because this is our opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do see several hands, and I'll comment first of all. One, I don't like to be lectured at, and I don't believe other members of council like that either. And second of all, you had some comments there, and I wanted to pick up on one of the last ones that you noted. Sober thought. We got this information this morning. If we're asking for a sober thought, it's not to make a decision this evening. And the only reason we can make a decision this evening is because we actually have a council meeting. Most municipalities from today's morning to the commenting period won't have an opportunity to have a meeting, or if they do, they have to have a special meeting. There are a couple items I would like to address just in particular, because some of your information was unfortunately incorrect. First of all, again, commenting is open to all individuals in the province of Ontario, and so I'm going to look at everyone around this table and to our staff and to our residents. If there are concerns with the proposed legislation, provide comments to the province. You have that right to do that. Council does not need to pass a resolution to do that on our behalf or your behalf. Second of all, mayor powers, from what I understand, do not allow the mayor to vote solely on a budget. The mayor, strong mayor power, allows the mayor to propose a budget, bring it to council with the attention of staff, and council still has the opportunity to vote on said budget. It is not done solely by the mayor. So that information there saying that the mayor can do anything with budget is not correct. There are also avenues of approach for members of council to veto or to provide contrary direction to the mayor. So there are processes that are within the legislation that are currently there that may be proposed with this amending legislation. So I guess the thought here, again, for myself is we're basing all our decisions tonight off of a news release from the province without fully understanding what this is going to mean for the municipality. And I must also say that when you say this will cause issues or be a problem for the municipality, again, we don't know that because we don't know what the legislation is. So I think there's an opportunity here to take that second sober thought tonight, to not make a rash decision, to say that that this is premature in our discussion tonight because we don't have all the information in front of us. And until we get that information, then we can provide additional comments. And if it's a special council meeting that we would like to call, or as indicated, if members of council would like to provide comments directly to the province or to their MPP, then they could do that as well. I have Councilor O'Leary, and then I'm not sure if I saw Councilor Cox's.
That was before.
He hasn't spoke yet. So Councilor O'Leary? Yeah, we don't need a resolution at the moment.
To the chair, I agree with arguments on both sides. The thing is, I'm skeptical that the province issued this with a 7-day return. Like, if there's nothing nefarious, why would they limit it to a 7-day response? There's more to this than we're seeing. And I think if we don't object as a group, we're conceding that the government can do whatever they want. This is a democracy. There's seven councillors, whether you are the mayor, the deputy mayor, or a councillor. We're all equal votes. And we should make equal judgments on what goes, like we determine what's going to happen in our little area. And I think that there is, like Anu is saying, there's something nefarious going on here with a government who doesn't give you a response time frame that's adequate for all the communities to respond. Anyways, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, I also agree that I think the title speaks for itself, right? Doesn't really settle well with anyone, the title. And I see nothing wrong with us as a council as a whole putting something forward, but I also agree maybe sometimes. So why don't we just have a special meeting on Monday or something? Or just send it up. Like, I'm okay either way. I just think anything, if you had like strong boss powers, strong, household powers, that doesn't settle well with anyone, okay? All right, let's just have equal powers, right? Because we should all be equals.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. So you don't want to have the strong wife powers. Is that what I'm hearing?
I wasn't bringing any household dynamics into it. That was a politically correct answer, okay?
I have Deputy Mayor Locks next.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to reiterate, Councillor Simpson, you said it perfectly. They gave us 5 days to figure it out. You're giving me 5 hours to figure it out. So if we have the time to figure it out, let's at least take the 5 days to make the right move and have the right discussions and get the right information. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying I'm for strong powers. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm saying they've put us in a bind of a 5-day window. And no offense, you're kind of putting me in a bind of a 5-hour window. I'd like to sit back, absorb this a little more, get the information. We will make the right decision with the right information.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows.
Well, here's the problem we have, okay? Today's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5 days. It's a holiday. Oh, well, it's going to be a holiday, Easter weekend, isn't it? Next weekend? Okay. But anyways, so it gives us 5 days. Well, so to me, we don't have the time. I mean, we do not have the time because our staff would have to then put together a document and then send it off to the appropriate people. So if we give them direction to do it now, it might get in time for Monday. Might. So this is the problem I have with this government. And the mayor's absolutely right. It would be great if everybody in the communities in the county of Simcoe knew that the strong mayor powers were coming into effect, but they didn't get a communication. Nobody's telling them right, other than the news they hear, and that's if it's out in the news. So I'm a little concerned here. We have an opportunity to do the right thing, and that's what we should do, and that's what we're here for, is to do the right thing.
Okay, so there is a recommendation on the floor from Councillor Simpson, second by Councillor Meadows. Any further comments or discussions? Deputy Mayor Locks.
Right, if you could answer if I could ask Councillor Meadows. So are you saying that nobody else in Simcoe County knows about this? That we just heard about this? Like
We heard about this today.
No, correct. And nobody else, no other townships did, or like
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, sorry.
We heard about it today. Whether the other townships know about it, whether the other.
I was just confused at that statement.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Anyways,
But
yeah,
I'm talking about people in general.
Okay.
Weren't going to be getting a letter tonight with regards to this.
Okay, thank you.
And they've got till Monday to respond.
Well, I would say let's take till Wednesday to do this. Anyways, I'm still reiterating that point. I do not want to make a rash decision tonight over something I don't know 100% about. Well, what's a couple more days? I'm sorry, like I don't see the issue there.
Okay, so there's a made motion on the floor unless there's other discussion. Deputy Mayor Locks.
Yeah, I would like to amend the motion to give us 2
I'd like
days.
to call the question, please.
Give us 2 days.
Okay.
As opposed to making a rash decision. What's wrong with, let's have a meeting on Friday. Can we talk to the clerk or talk to the CAO or talk to the mayor who calls the meetings? And let's have a meeting on Friday and figure it out then. Is it really going to change anything? I don't think it is, besides the fact we may get more information.
So,
okay.
I'm sorry, I find this ridiculous that we're trying to push so hard when we have 3 days. You stated it perfectly. They gave us 5 days to figure this out. You're giving me 5 hours to figure it out. It's the same premise. You've put me under the gun, just like the provinces put you under the gun or us under the gun to make a decision. If we have 3 more days to figure it out, is that going to hurt us? We're probably still going to end up in the same situation where we're going to vote it down.
May I respond?
That would be up to the mayor.
For the time. So I have a motion you wanted to amend,
Yeah, I'd like to call the
Correct.
question.
and the motion to amend was on before the call the question.
That we would get a special meeting before our time window is up to be able to get the most amount of information, make the best decision that this council can make.
So
So-
hypothetically,
So you're saying you would like a meeting from council? Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
You're asking.
Within the time frame that they've given us,
Okay.
even though it's 5 days or whatever it is, or till next Wednesday.
Okay, so is there a seconder for that amendment?
I have a question first.
No, I need a mover or seconder before I go to questions. So any seconder on the item? Okay, so that's not on the floor. So I have a motion to call the question. Unless there's additional comment.
I'd say call the question.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we have that in writing? Because unfortunately, I don't. Well, I somewhat have it, but do we have that motion?
Through your worship, I would have to defer to Councillor Simpson for the motion. I was not provided it.
Okay, are you able to provide that information to the clerk?
Yes.
Your worship, so the motion.
Sorry, can I get that on screen?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Council, so the main motion is whereas on April 9th, 2025, the province of Ontario introduced legislation for strong mayor powers, and the province has allowed comments on the legislation until April 16th, 2025. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio requests the province of Ontario to reconsider the legislation, and further that the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio not be granted strong mayor powers. Further questions or comments on that main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Can I get a recorded vote, please?
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor?
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
I'll abstain due to lack of information.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor.
I have 6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Thank you. Motion carries 6-1. Next item is confirmation bylaw. There's a bylaw that 2025-031 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on April 9th, 2025 be enacted. Do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Borzos. Any questions on the confirmation bylaw? And all those in favor? That is carried. And we are adjourned at 10:22 p.m. Thank you.